So welcome to the League of Women Voters of Virginia, Building a Just Commonwealth. And with us today to kick off today is Lilian Aluri. She is the REVUp voting campaign coordinator for American Association of People with Disabilities. As the older sister of a young man with Down syndrome and as someone with some mental health disabilities, Lilian values her role as AAPD as a chance to help create a more inclusive and just society in which all people with disabilities can thrive. Lilian studied business administration at the University of Southern California and volunteered for a student-run youth development nonprofit, which drew her to mission and community-driven work. Following college, Lilian received a Master of Public Administration at NYU's Wagner School of Public Service in order to further develop her policy and advocacy skills. Through her career, Lilian seeks to advance the rights and inclusion of the diverse disability community at AAPD and beyond. So welcome, Lilian.
Thank you so much. It's really awesome to be here. So again, my name is Lilian. My pronouns are she, her. And for a quick visual description, I'm a medium brown-skinned woman with dark, long brown hair, dark bangs, and my background is blurred. And I felt a sneeze coming, so if I sneeze, my apologies in the next couple minutes. But yeah, I am really excited to be here speaking with you all. I hope that I do have a lot of material prepared, but I hope that we can also have a bit of a conversation. I would love to maybe take some questions at the end, or if you have a question during my presentation, we can also jump in then. But yeah, I would love for this to be a conversation about including disabled voters in your work, and kind of including people with disabilities and engaging them, and really making sure that disabled voters and people with disabilities have a seat at the table. And so I'm really excited to talk with you all about that today. The League of Women Voters nationally and at the state level and here in Virginia has been a really awesome partner of REVUp throughout REVUp's history. So it's always great to be in the company of the League of Women Voters. And thank you to the League of Women Voters of Virginia for having me talk to y'all for a bit today. So I thought I would start out with a bit of background on how I came to AAPD REVUp and my personal journey with disability. And so I thought we'd start off there, then I'll talk a little bit more about REVUp and AAPD. And then I would love to talk more about the disability vote in particular, some key barriers that we've been working to advocate to break down. And then also a couple of thoughts on engaging voters with disabilities. And so to start out, I have been at AAPD and REVUp for about a year, actually a little more than a year now, since the summer of 2020. I actually started at AAPD as a fellow right after graduating from the NYU Wagner School of Public Service. And since I've been at AAPD, my role has changed around a tiny bit, but I've always been working in some capacity with the REVUp voting campaign. And so I knew that I wanted to end up working in the disability rights space for a long time. As Deb mentioned, I have a younger brother with Down syndrome, and so I would say that disability has long been a part of my family's just existence and culture. But it really wasn't until the last couple of years when I felt like, particularly in the last year, when I felt like I was really a part of a disability community. In late college, I started developing mental health disabilities, and had always, maybe just by like naturally who I ended up being drawn to, I always ended up in a community of people that were, towards the end of college, I was in a community of people that were really comfortable talking about mental health, that had their own mental health disabilities. And so that kind of opened up the door for me to have that community, at least of people with mental health disabilities, find that support and just be able to kind of share experiences. And so that that was definitely a part of my journey towards the role that I have now. And so I sought out AAPD originally because of their work in voting, actually. And so since I've been at AAPD, I've been able to support the REVUp voting campaign, which is a nonpartisan voting campaign based on building the power of the disability vote. And so I guess first a little background on AAPD itself. The American Association of People with Disabilities is a national cross-disability organization that advocates for the full civil rights of the over 61 million Americans living with disabilities by promoting equal opportunity, economic power, independent living, and political participation. And AAPD does this in a few different ways. One of the ways that AAPD aims to increase the economic power of people with disabilities is through some of our national initiatives, like the AAPD Summer Internship Program. This program places students and recent graduates with disabilities in various sectors, such as the offices of members of Congress, federal agencies, and national advocacy organizations. This past year was a bit mixed between in-person and virtual, but mostly virtual placements. But yeah, so that's one of the ways that we do kind of our economic empowerment work. We lead initiatives supporting emerging leaders through scholarships, awards, and mentorship. And then in addition to these programs, AAPD is heavily involved in advocacy across many different areas of policy and business impacting the disability community. And that could be from healthcare and technology to education, voting, and more. And so REVUp comes in as one of the key ways that we work on voting. So REVUp is an initiative of AAPD with the mission of fostering civic engagement and protecting the voting rights of Americans with disabilities. And so, as I mentioned, we're completely nonpartisan. And we actually started it originally in Texas. There were a few advocates in Texas who had formed sort of a formal disability vote coalition already as REVUp. And AAPD about 5 years ago took that idea and turned it into a national scaled idea. And so now we exist as a network of hundreds of individuals and coalitions that are working really across the country to build the power of the disability vote. So a couple of ways in which we do this are through, of course, voter registration and voter education efforts. That will always be a big part of what we do. We are right in the middle of National Disability Voter Registration Week, as you may know. And so this is a big week for us and partners like the League of Women Voters of Virginia and other affiliates. It's a big week for events, for incorporating conversations about the disability vote, and for hosting voter registration drives. Another way that we build the power of the disability vote is through advocating around voting rights and access. And so particularly in this last year, as a lot of states have been either introducing or passing bills that have further restricted the right to vote, voters with disabilities already face many, many compounding barriers to the ballot. And so a big part of our work has become kind of collaborating and coordinating our efforts around advocating for voting rights. And a lot of this work, we sort of do at the federal and state level. So at the federal level, we are engaging on bills like the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act to advocate for that to pass, to hopefully prevent further voting restrictions placed that will impact voters of color, voters with disabilities, and disabled voters of color who face compounding barriers to the ballot box. And then the last way that we really engage the REVUp network is by providing trainings and facilitating peer-to-peer learning. one of the benefits of operating as a network, as I'm sure y'all can relate to the way that the League of Women Voters functions, is that as a national kind of umbrella organization, we are able to bring all of the affiliates together, enable them to kind of share resources. We create resources that we can then share with all of the REVUp partners and individuals and organizations. And so a lot of what the REVUp network can do is say, if we have folks across the country that are committed to making sure that voters with disabilities have access to the ballot and that they're engaged in elections, then we don't need to reinvent the wheel every time we want to work on this in elections. We can kind of share resources and make it a bit easier for all of us to work towards this collective goal. And so that's kind of the gist of what the REVUp network does. There are formal coalitions in many states, including Virginia, which is our most recent addition to the network of formal coalitions within REVUp. We also have coalitions in Georgia and Minnesota, Massachusetts and Florida, and we have a presence in general, whether it's a coalition or a partner, in over half of the 50 states, which is exciting. Especially, it's wild to think that we started just 4 or 5 years ago, and so these coalitions are often made up of disability and voting and civil rights organizations that coordinate to get out the vote efforts and advocacy around the disability vote. And so that is essentially what REVUp is. And I think just personally in my role being at REVUp, it has been very meaningful to me, even just as an individual, to be a part of an organization collectively working on civic engagement, particularly within the disability community. And I'm sure y'all can relate to kind of that not being alone and working on civic engagement. And there's a lot of benefit to being able to work together. And so I think one of the, and this might be something that y'all work on too, or at least come across as well, but I think that prior to REVUp, there wasn't really a concept of a disability voting block. And one of the goals of REVUp was to say, hey, we are, 1 in 4 American adults has a disability. They might not identify as that, but the policies that impact people with disabilities will impact them. And so together we make a very powerful voting block. And so that's sort of part of the goal of REVUp is really, and when we say building the power, it's not necessarily it's not creating the power. The power of our votes are already there, but it's really in bringing voters with disabilities together and mobilizing them to the polls, and making sure that we have access to the polls. And so when it comes to my role at REVUp, I do a lot of the behind the scenes work, coordinating the network, making sure, producing resources and updating resources and hosting check-ins and things like that, so that all of the grassroots organizers can do the work that they do on the ground of connecting with people in their community with disabilities. So with that, I wanted to pause for questions first.
Yeah, we do have one, Lilian. What is the one policy change you'd like to see in Virginia to make your job easier?
That is an interesting question. I'll get a bit more into barriers throughout the voting process. I know that this past year, I think, Virginia actually passed a law that would expand a lot of voting access, which is awesome. I think that Virginia is one of the states that we've not been worrying as much about. Our eye has been a lot on states, like a lot of states in the South that have been disenfranchising voters. I think that one of the things that we would, maybe I'll name one of the things that we would like to stay is access to an accessible remote ballot. That was something that Virginia, that I think it's one of the things that that I'll talk about a bit later, but particularly during the pandemic, when a lot of people with disabilities that face a much higher risk from COVID-19, it's simply not safe for a lot of people with disabilities to go and vote in person. And so maintaining accessible ways to vote, both in person and remotely, is a huge area it's a huge area of need for improved policies, and then also improved innovations in technology. Even in New York this last year, where during the 2020 elections, I think it was a preliminary injunction they received on a particular case that that required an accessible remote ballot. The process was done so last minute that the ballot was, even the ballot that was supposed to be accessible was functionally very inaccessible to the people that needed to use it. And so there's so many different aspects of the issue of making sure that disabled voters have access to an accessible remote ballot. But that's one of the things that I wanted to bring up. Yeah, thanks for the question.
I'm going to insert one of my questions. We run into this problem. How do you, as a League of Women Voters, go to a group of disabled or communities and not look like you are coming in as the savior? I get a lot of questions from my members that as much as they want to do that, they don't want to make a mistake, or they don't want to be rude or offend without knowing. So how do we do you have any good pointers we can give folks?
Yeah, so probably as I'll talk, more ideas will come up, but I think initially my thought was, I think it can depend a lot on the organizations that you reach out to. And I think broadly speaking, there can be different types of organizations with different goals. And so the organizations that we work with the most and that align the most, I would say, with our perspective. So our perspective is like human rights based, disability rights based. And so our work assumes, and me as a person and my teammates, we assume like the equal value and the belongingness of people with disabilities. And so I think that can change the perspective when it comes to voting and to reaching out to the community. So there are a couple of networks of organizations that I definitely would recommend reaching out to. And this list probably will not be exhaustive. So apologies to other organizations out there that I might miss. But for example, the National Disability Rights Network has their federally mandated with federal funding and everything for protection and advocacy agencies in every single state that operate from a disability rights basis. They often do a lot of legal advocacy. They're also very connected to their communities. They are a resource. They kind of are a go-to organization for people with disabilities in their states. And working with these organizations is great because they have a huge amount of expertise in the barriers facing voters with disabilities. So even, for example, when we're crafting our outreach material, our educational material for voters with disabilities that the REVUp groups will be disseminating, we direct people to contact their protection and advocacy agency if they have issues when voting. So they're a great, very knowledgeable network of organizations whose job is to protect the rights and support the access of people with disabilities in a broad range of areas. Another organization or another network of organizations I would recommend is, and these are all cross disability organizations. So there are lots of awesome disability specific organizations: National Federation of the Blind, American Council of the Blind, National Association of the Deaf. There's lots of great specific disability specific organizations. The Autistic Self-Advocacy Network, and again, I'm sure I'm going to miss a lot. But so the other organization I was going to mention, the other like cross disability nationwide network, is the National Council on Independent Living. And so they have state independent living centers, local independent living centers that all work directly with people with disabilities. So not only do they have a very, very direct connection to people with disabilities, but that also means that they have a really wide contact base of people with disabilities to do outreach with. And so I think that when it comes to kind of the way to approach organizations that you want to partner with, I think that it is about also approaching from that like disability rights perspective of, you know, assuming dignity, assuming capability, assuming kind of approaching it less from like, I don't know, I guess approaching it less from like a helping or hierarchical position, but then realizing, you know, people with disabilities, like I'm a person with a disability, I have mental health disabilities, we're all around. You know, 1 in 4 American adults, that means there's a high chance that there are several of you with disabilities as well on the call. And so I think that also helps break down the mental barrier of we are really different. And so I think that helps kind of with approaching organizations and incorporating people with disabilities in your organizations and advocacy work. Does that help answering the question? Okay.
Yeah, it sure does. Thanks.
Perfect.
We've got a couple more in chat, but
Cool.
I don't know if you want to take them now or later. Lisa,
yeah, I'm down to answer some.
Marjorie. Lisa's asking, and of course my thing isn't moving because I'm trying to move it down and it won't move down. Some jurisdictions are allowing voters with disabilities to vote using the internet to both download the ballots and return them. The League's position is that this method is very vulnerable at this point. What do you think of this type of voting methodology?
Yeah, so one thing that I might clarify is that to my knowledge, all of the systems that states have been using are not internet voting, but they're electronic voting. So it's not quite internet voting, but it is electronic. So it's perhaps through, you know, receiving a ballot through an email, having a secure portal where you might upload that PDF. And so I think it's interesting because too often I would say that the issues of security and accessibility are placed as contrasting to each other. But as voters with disabilities, we also want our ballots to be secure. We aren't saying that that we don't want secure ballots, because if I can't trust that my ballot is going to count as I've cast it, then what's the point of voting or of having an accessible vote? And so what we would love to see is increased innovation, increased research, because I think a lot of what we've seen a lot of is if there's any doubt to, or if there's any, if a state or if a state just doesn't feel certain about electronic voting, receiving a ballot electronically, returning a ballot electronically, then what happens is there's sort of an either or scenario. So it's either we have this electronic ballot, or if we feel any doubt, we're going to scrap the whole system and there's no accessible remote system, and jump to we should never have an electronic accessible remote system. And so what we would like to see is, one, to make sure, so I would say even before 2020, for many years, because of the UOCAVA Act, voters who are military or overseas citizens have access in some states to an electronic remote way to vote. So a lot of what disability advocates have been asking for is make those same systems that people have been using a lot available to voters with print disabilities. So that could be voters who are blind, voters who have low vision, but then also it's a broad category of voters with learning disabilities, with reading disabilities, with physical or dexterity disabilities that make completing a paper ballot with a pen just totally inaccessible. And so I think we would like to continue conversations on this issue, and also work towards, more research and more securing of the systems that we use, as well as even states electronic systems, even besides, accessible remote ballot return, also need a massive upgrade technologically. And so when it comes to kind of the question about, is it secure? I think that we would like to see continued conversation, and sort of an acknowledgement that there. So, okay, I guess a lot of states have been, I'm not sure if y'all have had any conversations about the lawsuits that have been going on in different states. I mentioned the one in New York earlier, but part of the issue is that the ADA guarantees equal access to public services, and voting is a public service. So when the solution or when the choice is then we will not have, an accessible remote ballot option, then that does disenfranchise many voters with disabilities. And I could point to some voting stories that we've collected, if you're curious to learn more. And so, yeah, so I think that that was a long answer, but the short answer is that we want to find a both and situation where where groups are working actively on securing electronic voting, but that the kind of the stance, the current stance of, if we're not 100% sure, if we say that we don't think it's 100% secure, then we're not going to make it available to people with disabilities, but we'll still make it available to UOCAVA voters. I think that one thing that we've thought about a lot is that there seems to be a kind of a different standard to paper ballots versus electronic ballots. And so I think for us, we are hoping to achieve kind of a situation in which we are both actively working towards secure, paper and remote ballot options, and then also, paper and electronic remote options, and making sure that we are abiding by the principles of the ADA, and making sure that disabled voters are not disenfranchised because they can't vote safely in person.
So it's a threading the needle thing. So you have electronic/internet, which is the same thing. And then Carolyn asked, how should a registrar determine who is eligible to receive that ballot? And then there's also a question about how do we thread the needle on security, because there's a lot of security problems with, the electronic ballot and, allowing people the right to vote. So how do we keep threading that needle? You're talking about research, which of course is necessary. Carolyn's asking about how does the registrar determine who's eligible for that? What are their criteria?
So I think it would be similar. I'm not sure how every state does it, but essentially they say, usually the things I've read say, like, if you are a voter with a print disability, then complete this form to receive your electronic ballot. That's how I've seen it done in the past as far as the eligibility question. Yeah, and I think, yeah, I think it comes down to even, yeah, I think that it's going to be about finding like I said, finding the both and finding the balance between what kind of how much are we going to value accessibility in our elections. And the ADA says that voters with disabilities should be guaranteed or are guaranteed access to public services. And so that's kind of where we've seen a lot of states actually ending up with lawsuits to make an accessible remote option because it is guaranteed by law. But yeah, I do think that the research and the innovations is a part of it. Yeah.
There's a different question about Andrea asks, she's working with SEPTA, Special Education PTA, and she said she sees that parents are great advocates, but there's also a great deal of burnout. How do you deal with the burnout situation?
Yeah, that is a great question. I think so. I have a little bit less experience working with parent advocates. Generally, a broad, I would say a majority of the people that I would work with are self-advocates, and so they're people with disabilities like myself. But I think that the same question applies, I think, regardless of whether you're a parent advocate or a person with a disability. So I think that there's a couple of pieces to this. I think that the pace of advocacy in general, with a lot of national advocacy organizations, can be very fast-paced and very intense in certain seasons. And even for some organizations, it is back to back to back to back to back initiatives. And they are because the issues that they're working on are important. It's not that I'm saying the issues don't need back to back to back advocacy. But that pace is simply inaccessible and just impossible for many people with disabilities. There's a concept that I've been really kind of latching on to in the last year of something called CRIP time. So it's this idea of like, for voters with disabilities, with chronic conditions, with fatigue or chronic pain, or even just any kind of disability that that just impacts your life, it is just simply impractical and impossible to operate at the same speed as other people. And CRIP time can mean a lot of things. It can mean just like life. It can mean the time and phases of life overall, but it can also mean just the pace at which you're engaging and doing things, and the pace at which things will take for you. And so I've been talking with my boss, Maria Town, a little bit about this. And I think that for, she was saying that the way that we work and the way that we hope to also collaborate with other national advocacy organizations to find a balance in that speed, with a speed that is and a flow that is more accessible, will lead to less burnout, where we can still do effective work, but are not at 100% all the time and are taking care of each other and ourselves. And I feel like that's a strange thing to say, knowing that a lot of this work and a lot of the work of nonprofits in general often feels very urgent. And a lot of people in nonprofits or in volunteer organizations are burnt out all the time, underpaid, overworked, all of that. And so I do think that it is a systemic issue. It's not just organization to organization, but it's a systemic and cultural thing that leads us to burnout. And so I think part of the hope is building in breaks, and building in, building in a culture of taking breaks and taking care of one another and saying, this is urgent, and we are also going to rest so that we can come back to this work. Because it is super easy to get burnt out. I feel that comment, that question. So, yeah.
Carolyn has a follow-up to this whole security issue. She said, it's her understanding that the accessible voting machines generate a ballot that looks different from the regular print ballot. So that means that in a small turnout election, a disabled person's ballot may be identified and therefore is not secret. Is this the case?
So from what I understand, an accessible, so it's one of the things that makes electronic voting an attractive option, because ballot marking devices are the ones that produce a paper ballot, and those typically produce a paper ballot that looks different from a standard ballot. So that's where it loses, that secret ballot that really should be our right, to an independent, private, secret ballot. And so that is the case, and that is not ideal. I think some folks would like to see ballot marking devices used by more than just voters with disabilities. So then it does actually protect your vote if more people are using the system. Typically, there's one ballot marking device per location, and voters with disabilities have often found that those machines are broken, they're not set up, poll workers don't know how to use them. So that in and of itself is a whole nother topic of access barriers. Yeah. All right. So I would say, oh, go ahead, Joan.
No, that was, let's go ahead. We have no more questions in chat.
Perfect. So I'd say, I think what I'll jump into next is a bit of background on the disability vote, just the numbers, and then talk a little bit more about some of the other barriers that we've been working on, as well as just a couple. I think the thing I'd like to leave with, so I'll probably take more questions after the next section. And the thing I'd like to end with is a couple of tips for including people with disabilities in different aspects of your work. And so just to jump in a bit, so I mentioned earlier that 1 out of every 4 American adults has a disability. In 2020, there were 38.3 million voters with disabilities that were eligible to vote. So that makes up a very significant disability voting block. However, what we have noticed, so there are great researchers at Rutgers University, Dr. Douglas Cruz and Dr. Lisa Shore, who have been doing research with the support of the Election Assistance Commission for, I think they first started in 2012, doing consistent election research on voters with disabilities. And they have a very substantial survey sample. And so their data really can say a lot about the experience of voters with disabilities. And since they have started, there's been a pretty consistent turnout gap between voters with and without disabilities of about 6 to 7% in the presidential election years. And so even though about 18 million voters with disabilities cast a ballot in 2020, that still means that there are millions of votes that we're missing out on because of that turnout gap. But even with that gap, voters with disabilities still make up about 11% of the total votes cast in 2020 in the general elections. And so there are a couple reasons for that turnout gap. They include just a disconnection from civic engagement. The numbers of representation of disability in elected positions is, I think it's something around like 1%. So if you think about feeling engaged in politics, it can come from feeling represented and feeling like the people that represent you do care about the issues impacting you, and they understand your experience. And so so some of that lack of representation can cause kind of a disconnection and apathy from voting. Voters with disabilities also tend to be more isolated socially than voters without disabilities. And that can also mean that that they're not getting the same messaging around voting as other people are getting. So those are a couple of reasons, discrimination as well, and just the impacts on that, the impacts of discrimination. But I would say linked to discrimination, I would say the biggest barrier that we see is the actual access barriers to voting. Even though we're 31 years after the ADA, in practicality, in reality, voters with disabilities still face a huge number of barriers, and really a range of barriers to the ballot box. So in the 2020 elections, voters with disabilities were twice as likely than voters without disabilities to face a barrier at the polls. So that kind of gives you an idea of the difference between voters with and without disabilities. And so barriers that exist for other groups, like strict ID laws, a lack of access to information about voting. So maybe that's an inaccessible state election website, the purging of voter rolls, all of that doubly impact people with disabilities who are also people of color, particularly. And so what the Rutgers researchers also found was that they looked at a couple different things like wait times and lines, and found that disabled voters of color faced a much larger issue than even just disabled voters. And so things like early voting, vote by mail, all of those have been really instrumental to hopefully making voting more accessible to voters with disabilities. And so a couple of key barriers that we've been working on are making sure that voter education and voter information is in multiple and accessible formats. So that could mean having information that is truly in plain language that someone like my younger brother with Down syndrome could read and understand, or having information available in American Sign Language for the 1 million roughly Americans who use ASL as their primary language. It means large print, different formats, maybe Braille, in addition to language access. These are expansions to language access, so maybe even having materials in Spanish in plain language. All of this is a part of making materials accessible to voters with disabilities so that they can engage in elections. So that's one. So making voting websites, voting materials, and educational materials accessible to people with disabilities. Another is simply enforcement of accessibility standards at polling sites. So, I've mentioned how ballot marking devices can just be broken or not not opened, not ready for use at polling locations. The Government Accountability Office did a study in 2017 that I think it studied about 170 polling sites. Oh no, it was almost 200. Only 17% of those were barrier-free, including the inside and the outside. So 83% had at least one potential accessibility barrier outside or inside the polling location, or both. And so a lot of that comes down to what the Department of Justice is doing and how they're enforcing the ADA. It's remarkable, and in a bad way, that the numbers are so poor for the accessibility of polling locations. So that will continue to be one of the areas of advocacy that we do. The other thing that I wanted to mention is voting in long-term care facilities, or voting from prisons and jails, or any other type of congregate setting. In both long-term care facilities like nursing homes and in prisons and jails, people with disabilities are vastly overrepresented. And this has a lot to do, so as far as prisons and jails, it has a lot to do with the systemic issues that place people with disabilities in prisons and jails that is a whole issue with the criminal justice system overall. And then when it comes to long-term care facilities, not only are a very, very large portion of older adults disabled, but younger people with disabilities also end up in long-term care facilities when they can't afford care in their community and when they can't get access to national resources, home and community-based, that will cover home and community-based services. And so those are key areas, particularly during the pandemic. It became apparent how difficult it is to vote from congregate settings. And so that's another area that we would love to see advocacy around. I think it's North Carolina has a great system for, I'm not sure how much it's used or required, but they do have a system set up for teams of election officials, election workers that will go to congregate settings. I'm thinking like nursing homes. I'm not sure if they do the same thing for prisons and jails, but they will go to nursing homes. They will not only do voter education, but then also facilitate the completing and collecting of ballots. And so this means that particularly during the pandemic, when people weren't really allowed to go in, that was a much bigger challenge, is making sure that voters with disabilities that are living in congregate settings can get access to their ballot, complete it, get access to the information, such as when even is the election, and then be able to vote in that way. And that list is definitely far from exhaustive. There are so many barriers and so many issues impacting people with disabilities when it comes to voting. But as I mentioned earlier, like there are things like early access to early voting, drop boxes, mail-in ballots, all of those things really can make a big difference for making voting more accessible to people with disabilities and safer as long as this pandemic lasts. And so those are a couple. I guess I want to take like 5 minutes to maybe answer some questions before I go to the last part. So if I miss things in the chat.
No, Carolyn just put something in about the voting across the political spectrum, that people don't vote in blocks. They thought women would vote in blocks, and so why does, okay, so I expect the same is true for voters with disability. So why does REVUp market about the disability vote? I guess she's saying that there's, there is no one block of voting.
Yeah, so I think that when it comes to, I think that we don't necessarily refer to the disability vote as a group of voters that will all vote the same, because we acknowledge voters with disabilities are across the wide spectrum of politics and policies and partisanship. And so similarly to when we talk about the Black vote, we talk about women voters, we're not necessarily talking about a group of voters that are all voting the same way, but we are talking about a voters that we want to feel identity in a community when they vote. We want them to understand that they are not voting alone and that they are voting with a whole bunch of people, not necessarily with the same experiences, but some of whom will have shared experiences. So part of it is using the disability vote as a motivating kind of community identifying factor to encourage more people to vote and to be a part of their community voting. And I think part of it also, so I wouldn't say it has to do with the, the partisan part, because, we're a nonprofit organization. Everything we do is completely nonpartisan. So it's not necessarily where the aspect of like issues come in. It's not necessarily, what party they're voting with, but I think that one thing that we hope to do through REVUp is also mobilize the disability vote around key issues. And so when it comes to healthcare, when it comes to, I mentioned home and community-based services, things like that, we can also kind of educate and communicate the importance of different issues when it comes to advocacy. So I think, yeah, in some ways, the community that we've developed around the disability vote is also about, you know, advocacy all year round. But yeah, I saw your comment. I'm glad that that kind of helps frame it in a way that you can talk about it. And one thing I just wanted to mention while we were on that topic is, I think one of the unique things about the disability vote is that we are a voting bloc, and we are also members of, you know, every single other voting bloc. So people with disabilities are a part of communities of color. We are a part of LGBTQ plus communities. You know, we are in every single community that exists. And so I don't know, I think it gets really exciting to start also thinking about creating an identity around the disability vote, but then also reminding people or communicating and celebrating all of our different identities, and kind of the power that comes together when we say, okay, I'm a member of, you know, the Asian vote, and I'm a member of the disability vote. And so I'm now understanding my different kind of communities and the issues that impact us. So. Any other questions before we go to the last part?
Nope, I think you're good.
Okay, cool. Cool. Okay, so I just wanted to leave y'all with a couple of thoughts on some concrete things you can do in your own work to include people with disabilities. And so, as I mentioned earlier, statistically speaking, there are people with disabilities on this call. And we tend to work with a broad definition of disability that includes people like me with mental health disabilities, people with chronic conditions. And so there's no, like, we understand that there's no, it's up to each person to identify as disabled as not, or not. But when we talk about our community of people with disabilities, we are referring to a pretty broad disability community. But even with our prevalence in society, we are often sidelined in conversations about issues important to us, or even if we're present, maybe we don't have a visible disability. And so, you know, there's still not that presence and inclusion of disability in the conversation. And so when it comes to including us at the table, I think some questions to ask are people with disabilities in leading positions in your organizations? Are they being given a voice? Are they only brought in, you know, or acknowledged for a particular disability related project? Or are people with disabilities really acknowledged and included in organizations and in your work? The other thing I would ask is, you know, so many of the issues that we talk about on a daily basis and that we advocate around, COVID-19, voting restrictions, healthcare, all of that have significant impacts on people with disabilities. And so I think someone threw out the word intersectionality. And so I agree. I think like being able to bring in disability into conversations about issues will be really impactful, I think, for how you and your community, how different people around you can start to think about disability as a part of, you know, so many of these different issues. And that can come from including people with disabilities, you know, in your work. And then the other things, we talked about this earlier, so I'm not going to go too much in depth, but the other thing is partnering with disability organizations. So I totally understand if you're listening and you're like, well, in my work, like I don't think that there's a big representation of disability on my team, or maybe I'm the only one. And so partnering with disability organizations is a way to engage and really take advantage of the expertise and knowledge that these other organizations have. So like protection and advocacy organizations that I mentioned. The other thing about including people with disabilities I would throw out is imagery. So when you're including graphics and images, are you including, you know, only people in wheelchairs? Are you including only white disabled people in imagery? Kind of what are the images that you're putting out to represent the communities that you want people to understand you are connected to and you are representing? And a great collection of photos I wanted to share is, let me just find the link. It's the Disabled and Here collection. There are so many good photos that you can use as stock photos full of a diverse group of people with disabilities, a wide range of disabilities represented. So I'm going to throw that link in the chat, but I've definitely been using those images a lot. They're super great, and you can read a bit about the project as well on that page. Yeah, so that's the last thing I wanted to say on that piece. And then the other thing I wanted to say as far as inclusion goes and engaging people with disabilities is access. And that can mean a lot of different things depending on whether we're talking about, conversations themselves. Earlier, we talked about time and capacity. And so, what are the work parameters like? Is there space that is not only just welcoming, but also provides a space that works for people with disabilities? It can also be something that comes into like different events, in-person events, virtual events, your social media, your emails, all of these things. So a couple of things I just wanted to mention is when in person, just thinking about where events are hosted, if locations are fully accessible, if there's accessible transportation to that location, is the space sensorily overwhelming? Do you have an ASL interpreter if you're doing a large event? And then when it comes to digital accessibility, there's a lot more that you could read on this. But a couple of things I would add in just as small steps you can take are one, if you're doing a large event, having captioning and ASL interpreters, which open up access not just to people with deafness and hard of hearing, but also people with a range of disabilities, including learning disabilities, developmental and intellectual disabilities. So that's one thing. Two is adding alt text to images. So if you are posting images, every social media platform has a way to do it. Every document editor has a way to do it. So that's just one way to do that. And then lastly, I would just mention incorporating plain language in your writing. So I feel like I haven't been doing a great job of doing that in my speaking today, but plain language is so important it helps every single person understand what you're saying when you're choosing to use words that are not college or high school level, but middle school and lower. And hopefully using short sentences, it can totally transform who can understand what you have to say in your work. And so I just wanted to share, one last link that I would love y'all to check out. It has helped me understand the work that I want to be doing more. And it is a piece about disability justice from SIN's Invalid. They have lots of great resources and just words about, what does disability justice mean? How is it different from just disability rights? And it's founded on intersectional organizing. And so if you have a bit of time, I'm sure y'all be busy this weekend, but if you have a bit of time, I would highly recommend checking out the resource I just shared in the chat. So with that, we're at 1 o'clock. I super, super appreciate your time. And thank you so much for having me join y'all today.
Thank you so much, Lilian. I'm Lisa Coteen-Gerchik of the League's Voting and Elections Issues Group. And I want to thank you for that excellent presentation. And today we have an illustrious group of experts to discuss justice in voting and elections. Before introducing the panel, though, I'd like to acknowledge Pam Berg, Jada Boyd, and Krista Rosa, who prepared questions for today's discussion. Pam Berg will be monitoring the chat during this session for
Lisa, you're muted.
Lisa, you're muted.
I don't understand because I unmuted. Did I have to start over?
No, just at the part when you said Pam Berg is modifying the chat, and that's when we lost you.
Okay, I didn't touch anything. I don't know what happened. Anyway, thanks for letting me know. Yes, Pam is going to be monitoring the chat for questions from the attendees. So let's welcome our speakers. Jennifer Carroll Foy, Allison Riggs, Eric Claville, and Paul Smith. Each of you has 10 minutes in which to speak, and then we will spend 20 to 25 minutes on the prepared questions, followed by questions from all the participants. And we will start with Jennifer Carroll Foy, who was one of the first women to graduate from Virginia Military Institute, a foster mom and public defender. In 2017, she flipped a Republican district as a first-time candidate while pregnant with twins. During her time as delegate, Jennifer passed the Equal Rights Amendment, helped expand Medicaid to 500,000 Virginians, and expanded voting rights. So Jennifer, you have the floor. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. It is my honor to be here with all of you today. And I am really excited to talk about a few topics that's really personal to me and close to my heart. But one of the most resounding things I want to talk about, because I think everything lends back to it, is, definitely campaign finance reform. And so there's a reason why here in Virginia, there have been multiple mass shootings, but we haven't been able to pass real serious, heavy-hitting, substantive gun safety legislation. Now, we have done some things to nibble around the edges, but we haven't been able to get an assault weapons ban. There's a reason why women's reproductive health care is constantly being rolled back. You see this happening across the country. There's a reason why we can't truly end mass incarceration and we still have for-profit prisons here in Virginia. There's a reason why we can't get the minimum wage to a true $15 sooner rather than later. Because if you care about all of these issues, then you care about campaign finance reform. Because these entities and groups who fight against the policies that will give us the most progress has the strongest lobbyists. Those are the ones who are patting the pockets of a lot of legislators who are voting in the interest of their donors and their contributors and not so much of their constituents. And so we can't continue to allow million-dollar corporations to drown out the voices of millions of Virginians. And that's why campaign finance reform is so important. It has died in the General Assembly repeatedly, year after year. And what's frustrating is that you'll hear so many legislators talk about it and give great lip service and say, yes, we do need to have limits on campaign contributions from corporations and individuals. Yes, we need to have more transparency. But there's a lot of maneuvering that happens when those bills come up. And when they see the floor, if they do see the floor, they don't get passed. And so this is one of the most pivotal issues that we have, along with voting rights, along with access to bodily autonomy. It is really campaign finance reform. Now, it may not be as sexy of a topic. It may not be something that people talk about often, but everything goes back to this issue. And so I know for me, it's a stance that I take very seriously. It's something that, we have to be serious and strong and robust on. And that's the way we're going to really have change. Because, we can make sure that we have a government that's for the people, by the people, of the people, if we really have campaign finance reform. So what does that look like? Campaign finance reform takes many forms. One of the low-hanging fruit things that we can do is definitely put limits on campaign contributions from individuals and from corporations. So I believe that there should not be allowed campaign contributions from corporations, because I do not believe that they are people. And I do support In Citizens United, which I hope many other people do as well, because when you have the Citizens United ruling, what it does is treat corporations as people. So they get all the benefits, but none of the downfalls. And so making sure that we also have limits on campaign contributions from individuals is something that's also important. Having it in line with the federal government is a way that you can start. But also transparency, and also ending the revolving door of legislators becoming lobbyists. So here in Virginia, you had some legislators who saw that it was much more profitable to leave the General Assembly and immediately become lobbyists, where they still had those bonds and those relationships, and was able to lobby in a way that was really effective, because their friends were still there. They still had influence, being able to get particular bills passed with no questions asked. So having a cooling, quote unquote, cooling off period, where if you are a legislator and then you decide to lobby, there has to be several years that pass before you can actually become a lobbyist and do the bidding for corporations on their behalf to some of the people that you were co-workers with, that you are best friends with, that you went to their weddings and, you go to their birthdays. So I think that is something else that we can do. And also having transparency and making sure that people know where their money is going. So here in Virginia, you could take money and put it in a pack and transfer it to something else or someone else. And it's hard to keep track of where that money is and where that money is coming from. So having more transparency and more regulations about where donor funds can go, having more regulations on super PACs in Virginia as well is something that is greatly helpful and beneficial and something we should all support. So we have the legislation come through Congress as well. It was HR 1, which was really a constitutional amendment to help end Citizens United. It would do amazing things as far as helping to disclose quote unquote dark money. And dark money is where people donate to PACs, but you can't necessarily trace where that money came from. It prohibits coordination between candidates and super PACs because there are limits on how much money federal candidates can receive. But there were, as oftentimes there are, holes in the system, ways to get around it. So you don't want a candidate being able to not own a super PAC, but be able to tell the super PAC, take money for me in my stead and then use this money for X, Y, and Z. So we want to make sure we follow not only the letter of the law, but the spirit as well. And that is a way to undermine and get over a lot of the campaign finance reform laws that were on the books. And so supporting those type of measures is absolutely helpful to help make sure that people have more confidence in their candidates, in their elected officials, and that everyone is following the rules and that people are beholden to their constituents and not to corporations. And of course, all of us can do our part in supporting ending the Citizens United ruling. So you have a lot of nonprofits and organizations that's out there to help lobby and advocate and fight to pass legislation like the one recently in Congress, HR 1, to fight on the state level, because even if it doesn't happen in Congress, it can happen in the states. And each state has the ability and authority to reform their campaign finance reform laws, to have limits on campaign contributions, to have more transparency, to have more accountability, and have teeth in the law as well to ensure that people aren't using campaign contributions, to pay their mortgage, of things of that nature. Now, I do support campaign contributions being used for something like childcare, which we know and have found out that a lack of access to childcare has kept a lot of, especially women, but men also, from being able to run for office. And now in this world where we're talking about human infrastructure, where we're not just thinking about infrastructure in the manner of just roads, bridges, we're actually thinking about it as human capital and how we create avenues to have more people be able to go to work and do the things they need to do. Well, childcare is one of those things. And knowing that childcare is a barrier for more people, and especially women, being able to run for office, we can remedy that by allowing campaign contribution funds being utilized for childcare, because that is a barrier where many people can't afford childcare because of the demands on a candidate's time, traveling, campaigning, legislating. And so that is something that we do allow here in Virginia. Many other states do as well. We're fighting for more of that across this country, but that is one of the exceptions that I do support, and many people support as well, to eliminate that barrier for more women running for office. So what can we do? Yes, so what can we do? So again, we can continue to fight, we can continue to lobby and advocate. We could continue to contact our federal legislators and ask them to support more measures like HR 1 that would help end Citizens United. because if we can't win it through the courts, then we need to win it through Congress. On the state level, continue to support your advocacy groups and organizations that also will advocate, lobby, go to the hearings, and encourage your representatives to put in bills that will limit special interest money, put limits on personal contributions, and have more transparency. So by the numbers, last time I looked, around 22 states have banned corporate contributions. Around 8 states have at least a 2-year cooling off period to close the revolving door of legislators immediately becoming lobbyists. One of only 7 states have unlimited campaign contributions. And you have so many campaign contributions coming for corporations, and each year it's growing and growing and growing exponentially. And we all know that corporations would not be throwing money at a target they can't hit. And so they are giving money to legislators to see their will done. However, these corporations can give so much more money than an individual. So again, this is something that's extremely important, and we want to get outside influence and wealth out of politics so our democracy can work the way that it's supposed to. So I guess I will stop there.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. And we will get back to you with more questions on this. Our next speaker is Allison Riggs. Allison leads the voting rights program at the Southern Coalition for Social Justice, an organization she joined in 2009. She became interim executive director there in 2020, and this year became permanent co-executive director. And thank you, congratulations on your recent appointment. Allison Riggs' voting rights work has focused on fighting for fair redistricting plans, combating voter suppression, and advocating for electoral reforms that would expand access to voting. She has litigated redistricting cases on behalf of state NAACP conferences in Texas, Florida, Virginia, and North Carolina. She has argued twice before the US Supreme Court. In 2018, she argued the Texas redistricting case, and the following year, she argued the North Carolina partisan gerrymandering case. She received her undergraduate and master's degrees, as well as her Juris Doctor from the University of Florida. Allison.
Thank you so much for having me today. It's my great honor to be on this panel with my esteemed colleagues. Delegate Foy, I've been a huge fan of yours from neighboring state for some time. The fight for voting rights and all of the ways in which different parts of our democracy function or don't to create open, accessible and transparent systems and institutions in this country are too long for this one meeting, but I was so happy to see Delegate Foy highlighting campaign finance and its effect on our democracy. I want to talk about another sort of narrower area and help folks get engaged in local redistricting. I know the League of Women Voters of Virginia has been hugely involved in statewide redistricting, and it is absolutely a very high profile on-ramp for understanding the importance of redistricting, but I'm a bit of an evangelist for the importance of local redistricting. And let me make my case very quickly to you before I give you a few lists of questions to ask. The policies that affect our families, our children, our friends every day frequently come from decision makers at a local level. What folks in the Virginia legislature are doing is, of course, critically important. What folks are doing in Congress is critically important. But if you care about the day-to-day decisions that lead to inequitable school policing, inequitable school resources, if you see that in your daily life, those are decisions being made by your local school board frequently, or they're picking the superintendent who makes those decisions or hires the people who make those decisions or don't make those decisions. So if school equity means caring about how school boards are elected, and how school boards are elected can be affected by local redistricting. Same thing with city councils. City councils make decisions about housing justice and access, including affordable housing. They frequently hire the police chiefs who either make good or bad decisions about how public safety is going to look in your community. So these are meetings that folks, these are decisions in places where decisions are being made that folks may not pay as much attention to. But I want to urge you to monitor those. And I know the league has done work with boards of elections and local registrars. That's been powerful work. Those aren't districted jobs, but that same level of engagement that you apply to your local election registrars can be applied to city council meetings, county commission meetings, school board meetings, and that's how you engage in local redistricting. You go to the meetings. Lisa, if it's okay, I'll share a quick screen if that's okay, just so people can jot down some notes. Okay. Hopefully folks can see the screen. A thumbs up if you can. All right.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, so one of the things that I found is with people who are wanting to engage in local redistricting, that some of the challenges are knowing what to ask. So knowing what to do and knowing what to ask. So I've made a couple of lists for you so that you don't have to wonder, that you know just what to do. First things first, figure out when that local jurisdiction is meeting. So there's a lot to follow. It can be overwhelming and disincentivizing. I can't do everything. I can't do statewide redistricting. I can't do everything I want to do. So you want to make sure that the first thing you do is just gather information, find out when the jurisdiction is meeting, and just pick one. You don't have to be everywhere and do everything. Pick one area to focus your advocacy on. And I promise you that when decision makers see your face, they will be happy that folks care. And I know the League of Women Voters is great about showing up and paying attention and using your accountability levers that way. So just as a reminder, community engagement will do at least a few different things, all good. One, it'll incentivize good outcomes. If you're there asking questions, being curious, demanding accountability, that'll incentivize good outcomes. You may have friendly folks on a county commission, friendly folks on a city council who want to do the right thing. Your presence there still helps them do better. We can all always do better, making sure your voice gets heard, especially when there can be an element of self-interest in drawing district lines. That's a good thing. There are parts of Virginia, obviously, that are still have a lot of work to do. So you're being there, you're being present and asking questions will deter bad actions. And if it's needed, it will aid in litigation. I know Paul's group, Campaign Legal Center, recently litigated local redistricting in Virginia Beach, and community engagement helps that. You don't have to prove up a case, but your presence and your advocacy and your attention helps litigators down the road. We're not going to litigate everywhere all the time, but where we do need to, your engagement matters. When you're starting to engage in local redistricting, you're going to want to think about it as, what are the existing maps or methods of election, and what are the new ones, if they are in fact redistricting. If they're at large, there are no districts. We may want districts, but if there are districts, chances are, unless population hasn't changed very much in your jurisdiction, that there is going to be redistricting. And so one key thing to sort of think about is, what were the districts like now? And when we get to that point, which is maybe at the moment as we speak, what are new maps? What are the map drawers proposing in terms of new maps? And I know this may sound simple, but it's really critical to mass education and mobilization. Folks need to see that comparison. They need to understand what are the districts we use now, or what are the demographics of our county if we're not using districts. They need to see that, and maps and numbers help. Different things will resonate with different people. But one thing I've found is folks don't always know much about their districts until you start showing them the maps. They know they're elected from districts. They may know who their candidate is based on who's got yard signs, but they may not know, oh, I'm in a district with this neighborhood. I don't know why I'm in a district with this neighborhood. That doesn't make much sense. So the power that you have by giving people this information in a visually comprehensible way is incredibly powerful. Asking questions is an important learning tool as well. So show folks maps and say, you know, who's elected from these districts, who's run and who hasn't been successful. That can help show if there's a problem with, for example, Black or Latinx candidates getting defeated regularly. That can raise the antenna of litigators that there might be a Voting Rights Act problem. Asks folks what works about the districts they have and what doesn't. Do these communities match up? Are there other communities that would make more sense to put together? There is my organization is a community lawyering organization, which means we approach legal problems from the perspective of communities who live and work on these issues every day, have an expertise that I can't match. And a lot of times we just need to support community in sharing and vocalizing that lived experience and expertise. So help people get that chance. You know, obviously, what are the rules of redistricting in a community I'm working with? There's state level rules, there's federal rules, but oftentimes there's sort of local norms or practices. Ask those questions. Make someone tell you if it's not available on a website. Look at population changes. So even within your local jurisdiction, whether it's a city, a town, or a county, the population has changed. I don't need to tell the folks in Northern Virginia and the Richmond Petersburg area, they know, but people move, population shift, and we have to think about two things. What are the areas at risk for loss, and where are there opportunities for gain? And those are can require two different advocacy strategies. One is let's protect what we've got, and the other is let's get more. Let's get what we deserve, what our communities deserve. So these are the kinds of questions to ask. And then when you see a proposed map, whether it's from another organization or from a line drawers themselves, these are the kinds of questions you might want to ask yourself. And I'll go through them really quick since I know I'm already getting close to time. But I'll say first and foremost, none of these is inherently wrong in and of itself, but I think of it as it calls for a video replay. Like if you're comparing it to a sports game, let's look a little bit more closely. So are there a lot of split precincts or voter tabulation districts, as like they're technically called? These are a lot of split precincts. Some jurisdictions just have to do that. Some may do it for voting rights or one person, one vote, but look at it historically. Is this a norm? Is this a departure from the norm? Look for irregularly shaped or non-compact districts. It's not always a beauty contest. I've worked with groups that have drawn districts that have not been square or circle, and they have provided fair representation. But particularly if someone that you don't trust is drawing a district and they draw a really strangely shaped district, it might give rise to, it might be something that should give rise to further questions. And it could be a strategy for packing and cracking communities of color or politically aligned voters, which we want us to spot that and be able to combat it. Look for demographic percentages that are far above what is required to elect a representative of choice. Last cycle in Virginia, the state legislature engaged in racial gerrymandering across the state legislative districts. And they said, we have to draw districts at 55% Black voting age population because one person told us we should. And then they used that as a tool to pack Black voters, even in areas, and there may be some areas where you do need a higher Black voting age population to elect the candidate of choice, but you have to look place by place and not use pack Black voters and limit their political power where it's not necessary. So if you've live in an area, and I'm talking about state legislative, but it's just as applicable in local level redistricting. If you live in an area where there is, where there have been districts where voters of color have had great success in electing their candidates of choice, and it seems like it's unnecessary to pack them, ask why are the numbers this way? Just skimming through this, and Lisa, I can share this later if this would be helpful to share this PowerPoint, but look at population deviations and ask questions about those. I've been involved in cases where population deviations, even though relatively minor, have been used systematically to advantage or disadvantage voters of color or one political group. In the cases that I have, and these were all local cases, where I have worked on, we saw, for example, a school board district where a school board plan where the districts that were predominantly Black and predominantly Democratic were all just under a hair 5% overpopulated. And all of the predominantly white and predominantly Republican districts were just a hair under 5% underpopulated. So they were trying to stay within this quote unquote safe range of 10% for population deviation, but doing it in a way that systematically advantaged and disadvantaged different groups. And so we were able to get that struck down. You don't need a political scientist to just say, why are these what are the population deviations? Why are these districts overpopulated and why are these districts underpopulated? You can do that right now. Virginia's got a—
Could you wrap up in a minute, please?
Yep, I'll wrap up right now. There's a few other things to keep in mind, other criteria from the state and local jurisdictions, but just to wrap this up, asking questions always leads to good outcomes. That's what civic engagement is all about. And hopefully having some of these questions listed out for you will help you hold your local elected officials more accountable. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And yes, we would love to see that PowerPoint if you don't mind. And our next speaker is Eric Claville. He is serving as the Interim Executive Advisor to the President for Governmental Relations at Norfolk State University and is the Director of the Center for African American Public Policy at Norfolk State, where he has taught constitutional law and civil rights, and also courses in politics and public policy. Eric is a political and legal analyst on various news outlets, including the Claville Report on the WHRO/WHRB 89.5 show, Another View. He also hosts and produces a show on Norfolk State University's radio station. He received his Bachelor of Arts degree from the Southern University Nelson Mandela School of Public Policy and his JD from Southern University's Law Center. He also holds a master's degree in Library and Information Science from Louisiana State University. So Eric, please go ahead.
Thank you so much for inviting me to be a part of this very important conversation and community engagement. Also, I'd like to thank all of the other speakers that are here, Delegate Foy, Attorney Riggs, and also Attorney Smith. Ironically, when we talked about Virginia Beach and the voting case there, we saw that that's one of the last of the largest cities here in the Commonwealth where we had discrimination by an at-large system as opposed to a ward system. And one of the graduates of Norfolk State University, Latasha Holloway, was the person, a private citizen, that filed a lawsuit to challenge that. And because of her boldness and her bravery, of course, the center came along and assisted in that and brought it to closure, which one of my former students was a part of that team, by the way. So it's good to see that those that we teach go on to do great things, but also those that are graduates go on to do great things. But more importantly, it's the engagement of the community that pushes change. So that's very true. Once again, thank you so much for inviting me for this very important discussion. When it comes to voting and voting rights, we see this as one of the most litigated issues in our country's history. When it comes to who has the power to vote, it's centered around primarily who has the power to control and dictate resources. That's why voting is so important. Since the founding of our country, we found that outside of land-owning white males that had the power to create laws, received the power of the vote. All others had to fight for that right. Even after the Civil War amendments, civil rights amendments, which were the first set of civil rights amendments, the 1960s and 1970s were the second set of civil rights amendments, which is basically a copy and paste of the post-Civil War amendments to the Constitution and various acts. We saw where there was enforcement provided, or teeth, to provide individuals, more specifically Black citizens of the country, to receive the power to vote. And then it wasn't until the 19th Amendment where we saw in 1920, where we saw white women and also Black women receive the right to vote in our country. So it's only been a very short time period where all citizens have been able to exercise the right to vote, to dictate and control policies on the local level and also the state and federal level of how they believe that their society should be governed. In the words of the late John Lewis, the power of the vote is the most powerful weapon and nonviolent weapon in our democracy. And that couldn't be any truer today. And when we take a look at why it's so important, we can take a look at the laws and the litigation that we see in modern day to fight against who has the power and the right to vote. Since the passage of the 1965 Voting Rights Act, we've seen that that's been one of the most successful pieces of federal legislation because it has provided all individuals in our country with the opportunity to voice their opinion, to elect candidates of their choice, to vote on various ordinances of their choice, constitutional amendments, statutes, and the like. But after Shelby County versus Holder, which basically invalidated on a 5-4 decision, the pre-clearance formula in which states that historically had discriminated against Black citizens of their locality was deemed to be out of date, as the court put it. It pretty much made Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act of 1965 inoperable, which basically meant that any changes in voting procedure, any changes in voting districts first had to be cleared through the U.S. Department of Justice. After that decision was handed down, immediately some states that were under that pre-clearance started enacting in the legislature voting laws and policies that targeted African-American voters and targeted other minority groups to diminish their power in voting. We find that no other than right below our borders, our neighbors to the south of North Carolina, where the court stated that the laws that they had passed in their state legislature as relates to the voter ID were surgically targeted toward African-Americans to limit their voting power. This was a Fourth Circuit court decision, which of course Fourth Circuit base is located right here in Richmond. You can see the Capitol House in the back of me, so across the street for the most part. So surgical precision, those are the words of the court. Those are very powerful words because it tells us that when creating those laws, when creating the laws to target voting, that there was one group that legislature was targeting. But they didn't stop there, because just recently, about a couple of days ago, the court invalidated another voter ID law out of North Carolina, in which they showed where individuals were, again, targeting and unfair to African American and minority voters. So as we see, with those that believe that we no longer need protections of the law, you can look no further than the current litigation, which shows that protections are needed in order to ensure full and fair participation in our voting process. Because of that, on the federal level, we've seen the proposal of enactments of various voting acts in order to restore the 1965 Voting Rights Act, which is the John Lewis Voting Rights Act Advancement Act itself, and also the Freedom to Vote Act, which prioritizes transparency, which has been talked about as relates to campaign finance laws and the like. By having a federal answer to this question, we strengthen our state laws as well. Now, the way we strengthen our state laws is that we also have to pass various acts and policies to strengthen those on the local level. We saw a ceremonial signing just recently here in the Commonwealth, where Governor Northam signed the Virginia Voting Rights Act, which did just that. It was a bill that was co-sponsored by Senator McClellan in the Senate, and of course, Marcia Price in the House, which basically strengthens the voting protections for individuals who are deemed to be a minority under the law, or any language minorities, therefore forbidding any type of discrimination on the local level. Now, there is a difference between the local level and, of course, the federal level. But when we understand the power behind this, we understand that on the local level, we are empowering our citizens, and we're empowering our legislature, the individuals who are voted and elected to represent us, to ensure fairness, equality, and equity in the voting process. Fairness, equality, and equity. Those are very similar, but they're very different when we take a look at how voting and policies and the benefits of the policies are meted out across local communities, especially when it comes to funding for schools, funding for our communities, funding for various services that impact us on the local level. So when we understand how important voting is, and we understand how important advocacy is on the local level, we then have to understand how important it is in how our districts are drawn in order to represent our communities. Here in the Commonwealth of Virginia, there was a constitutional amendment approved by the voters for the Virginia Redistricting Commission to be established, which was created out of theory to bring fairness to the redrawing of the redistricting process. Many believe that this would tear down the quote unquote smoke-filled cigar rooms in the back of those individuals who are controlling governments behind the scenes and in front of the scenes, and bring fairness by bringing it out to the forefront. Some believe that the smoke-filled room was simply brought out to create a cigar bar with a velvet rope wrapping it off from anyone being able to partake in it. But there are procedures within the commission itself, within the law, that the commission has to follow as it relates to public comments. Now, have to follow, shall, take into consideration, and may are all controlling terms in that particular policy and under the law. In other words, there are some things that the commission has to do by law. There are other things that it can take into consideration to do, which means that they are not legally obligated to do so. In part, it is the representation of individuals on the commission that represents the community. In other words, individuals of different racial groups, minority groups under the law, and also gender. We saw where the commission got off to a shaky start as it relates to that. But again, we are in the infancy of this commission, and we will see what transpires as the commission is going to present their report 45 days before the session. I believe that's October 10th of this year. We've also saw one state senator leave the commission or step down and resign, Senator Newman, and which will be appointed by reappointed, his replacement by Senator Norman. So again, the 16-person commission itself is tasked with redrawing the maps in our community based upon the US Census, which was taken every 10 years. We also see the impact of COVID and the pandemic in our last presidency that we had in our country, which impacted how persons are counted in our country. Therefore, we're at a very precarious point in the process of redistricting, not just in the Commonwealth, but also across the country, to see the impact of the last several years as it relates to the US Census, the counting, the delivering of that information to the states, and also the meeting out and the redrawing of the districts in various states. So in conclusion, why is voting important? Voting is important because it is the mechanism we have in our democracy, which not only determines representation, but it also determines resources. As I teach, my theory is that laws and public policy are created in its effect or in its purpose to control and dictate people, beliefs, and resources. In order to create a more equitable and equal society, and we have to ensure that the fairness of voting is provided. The fairness of being able to cast your vote for the candidate of your choice that represents your district and your community is protected across the board. Again, thank you so much for inviting me for this very important conversation. I look forward to your questions and the other presentations.
We look forward to your answers to those questions. So our final speaker is Paul Smith. And Paul is the Vice President for Litigation and Strategy at the Campaign Legal Center, which works to protect and promote American democracy through litigation and advocacy. He's also a professor from practice, teaching election law and constitutional law at Georgetown University Law Center. In his 4 decades of law practice, Paul has argued 21 cases in the US Supreme Court and has also worked on hundreds of others. Much of this work has involved voting rights and other election-related topics, including redistricting, purges of registered voters, and the like. In 2010, he received the prestigious Thurgood Marshall Award from the American Bar Association section of Civil Rights and Social Justice for his work promoting civil rights and civil liberties. Paul graduated from Amherst College and Yale Law School and clerked for Supreme Court Justice Lewis Powell Jr. Welcome, Paul.
Thank you, Lisa. Hello, everybody. It's an honor to be here to talk to you, and I'm also honored to be on this eminent panel of speakers. Since I'm batting cleanup, maybe I'll start by seconding some of the key points that we've already heard, like Jennifer's discussion of the importance of keeping up the fight on campaign finance reform. We're one of the few groups at Campaign Legal Center that still has half of our resources focusing on those issues, and think they remain incredibly important. And then Allison's point about local redistricting and the need to get involved and motivate the community to get involved. We did see that, as Eric mentioned, in Virginia Beach, where we got a really resounding victory, and hope we can defend it on appeal. Always an issue these days in the courts. And let me thank Eric as well for a great overview of the issues we're at. My topic is about Congress, and in particular, Congress's key role right now at a time when they're essentially indispensable for fixing things in our democracy, and why Congress has that role and why it's perfectly legitimate for Congress to play that role, passing some landmark legislation of the kind that is pending on the Hill. In recent months, we've been hearing lots and lots of complaining and news stories about various states responding to the presidential election by trying to burden voting in one way or another, getting rid of drop boxes. In Georgia, they won't let you give water to the people waiting to vote, all these horrible things. But I think it's important to realize that there's nothing really new about the effort to try to skew our democracy in one way or another through state law. This has been going on for a long time. We've seen things like discriminatory voter ID laws, as has been mentioned, laws that purge people from the voting rolls by the hundreds of thousands for not voting frequently enough, partisan gerrymandering, which is rampant in this country, racial gerrymandering, a lot of other abuses. And for years, advocates like me and Allison, I'll throw you in with me, thought that the answer to this problem was to rush into court, most often federal court, and eventually up to the Supreme Court and say, look, we have this Constitution, we have the Voting Rights Act, you've got to put a stop to this sort of thing. And you know, sometimes that worked, sometimes it didn't, but we're at a new point now, and it's become pretty obvious that the Supreme Court and the federal courts are much more a part of the problem than they are a part of the solution, at least working with the legal tools we now have. And one of those legal tools has actually been really severely undermined, and that's the Voting Rights Act. Not only in the Shelby County case in 2013, where they took down Section 5 and its pre-clearance regime, but also in a really important case that's gotten a little less attention out of Arizona, the Brnovich case last June, which basically makes it extremely difficult to win a Section 2 case, that's a lawsuit you bring under the Voting Rights Act saying this law is discriminatory. It results in a discrimination against minority voters. The Supreme Court went out of its way to put up about 5 hurdles you have to get over before you can win such a case, which is going to be very, very difficult to overcome. And so then I have to mention the Supreme Court Rucho decision that Allison and I both worked on in 2019 that it basically said, have at it, states, partisan gerrymander as much as you want to. So it's time, I think, for a major new intervention at the congressional level. And we need a kind of law that the courts can neither nullify nor ignore. Happily, I'm here to report that the Constitution gives Congress all the power it needs to do just that. And the main provision of it is called the Elections Clause, and it talks about who sets the rules for federal elections, elections for Senate, elections for Congress in general. And it says the first actor is the state legislatures. They can set lots of rules about the times, places, and manners of federal elections around the country. But every one of those is subject to modification by Congress. Congress can make whatever amendments, alterations it wants to make in the rules by which federal elections are conducted in this country. And that's on top of the powers that Congress has under the 14th and 15th amendments, which give it great power to combat discrimination in voting. And you know, given the abuses we're seeing at the state level and the Supreme Court's kind of complicity in a lot of the problems that we're facing, it really is high time for Congress to get much, much more aggressive about exercising those powers. And the one thing I want to highlight, sometimes these conferences can get depressing, but I think it's good to talk about a highlight. And that is the act that Eric mentioned, the one that was introduced in the Senate this week, the Freedom to Vote Act, which is a modification of H.R. 1, the For the People Act, that was negotiated by a group of senators over the summer and has the sponsorship of that group of senators, which importantly includes Senator Manchin, one of the people who's going to have to come along if the Democrats are ever going to get their act together to actually pass democracy legislation this term, which is going to require some form of an exception from the filibuster rule. And I'm hopeful that this may happen now that Manchin is on board with this bill. But I think it's really important to recognize what a revolutionary bill this would be. There are so many important provisions in this bill. I can only touch the surface, but let me go ahead and touch the surface a little bit. First, voting registration. Across the country for federal elections, we would have both automatic voter registration through the motor vehicle departments, working in a way that it doesn't work as well as it should now. Plus, every state would be obligated to make available same-day registration on election day. Election day would become a national holiday, not just a state holiday in Virginia. So people could get to vote on election day if they choose to vote that day without worrying about losing their jobs. But there would also be a mandate of a minimum number of days of early voting in every state, 15 days. And it would be required that in every state, people have access without excuse to the opportunity to vote by mail as well. And that would end things like the phenomenon we have in Texas, where if you're over 65, you can vote by mail. If you're under 65, you can't. A law that clearly is designed to have political consequences and is totally skewing the outcome of who votes in Texas. There'll be a law that says states have to make sure you don't wait in line longer than 30 minutes to vote. It would put an end to the disenfranchisement of people who are coming out of the criminal justice system after they serve their time and they're out of jail. They can vote again automatically in federal elections. If states want to have voter ID requirements, it doesn't ban that, but it says if you're going to do it right. Let all sorts of different things be the identification that people could use at the polling place, like utility bills and any kind of an ID. Don't try to cut and paste among the IDs in a way that will exclude people of color, which is a pattern we've seen across the country again, and especially in Texas. And it would end purges of people from the voting rolls merely by virtue of their failure to vote frequently enough, or their failure to return a postcard they get in the mail. Something that about 75% of the people who receive those postcards throw them in the trash. Nobody reads their mail anymore after all. In the area of redistricting, another one we've been hearing about this afternoon, the bill would essentially overrule the Rucho case. It would say, here are the criteria which you are required to follow in drawing the congressional district maps in your state. If they are too partisan, that will automatically make them illegal. And the bill says federal courts are obligated to enforce these limits. This is not something that we could live with the federal courts out of the game. So that would be quite revolutionary. And in the area of campaign finance as well, much like the earlier For the People Act, there are important provisions to enhance disclosure requirements, combating dark money in elections, and perhaps even more importantly, put realistic limits on coordination between super PACs and candidates, which is making a joke of the whole system, with the kind of coordination we now have, where candidates basically found their own super PACs and then have unlimited contributions to those super PACs. Another big part of that problem is the Federal Election Commission, which is about as dysfunctional as any federal agency that has ever existed. And the bill tries to as well make that institution work much better. Again, that just scratches the surface, but you can see with that list that the America that would exist after this law is passed would be a very different democracy than the one we now have. You might wonder, well, isn't the Supreme Court just going to take this thing down? But as I mentioned at the outset, Congress has the power to do this. And these are the kinds of provisions that don't require a lot of interpretation, don't have a lot of ambiguity. The aggressive Supreme Court we have now may take down a few of them, but they can't take down most of them. This is going to be transformational if we can get it done. The other thing I would mention is this law mostly regulates federal elections, but experience suggests that once you do that, states say, well, we're not going to have two different systems of identification, two different systems of registration. It tends to extend as well then to the state systems, the state election system. So this could be the most important thing that happens for our democracy in quite a few years. The legislation is, as you could imagine, supported by a broad coalition of organizations, including mine and the League of Women Voters and about 200 others. It shows that we really do have one check and balance left that can really push back against the states, against the federal courts, against the state courts when they're not doing what they should be doing. The prospects for it are anybody's guess, whether the Manchin sponsorship was really his first step toward being willing to let this thing go through on a Democrat-only basis. He's currently shopping it around to Republican senators. I don't think he's getting a great deal of help from them. They hard to understand, but that I think is important for everybody to be aware of, and do anything you can to do what I think the single most important thing we can do to save democracy right now in the United States, which is for Congress to finally step up. It effectively would replace the Voting Rights Act, which has been taken down by the Supreme Court, and add a lot more important stuff to it as well. So I guess I'll stop there. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you so very much. Well, we have a lot to chew on here, and we've got some questions for all of you. We'll start with some that we've already prepared, and then we'll move to questions from the chat. And I actually want to start with something that none of you quite touched on, but you're all experts and you all know this stuff. So I'm going to give a little anecdote. Just last week, a veteran general registrar in Virginia resigned on the spot when someone called the police while she was putting out the standard "vote here" signs. As we all know, voting started in Virginia, and she was putting up the signs at the places at the voting location. Now, the term election security means a lot of things to a lot of people, but it includes threats to managing elections in Virginia and nationwide. Other states are being subjected to so-called forensic audits. In Virginia, the general registrars in all 133 localities have received a raft of requests for information, some of it secure infrastructure, some lengthy surveys, or requests for meetings from people we'll call election integrity skeptics. These inquiries interfere with the registrar's real job, running elections. In light of such pressures, what concerns do you have about the security of elections in Virginia and nationwide? And I will start with you, Paul, although all of you are welcome to join in and give your comments.
Well, as you say, Lisa, the term election security means a lot of different things. The two concerns that I would highlight are, one, the kinds of threats against voting officials that we're starting to see cropping up around the country by people who are hostile to our democracy and believe that the system has been skewed in ways that it isn't, that don't trust election outcomes, and take it out on just nonpartisan election officials who we're starting to see are resigning around the country, and that will only be a bad thing for the country if we lose those people at key places around the system. The other is the prospect that partisan actors are going to start overturning elections after the fact, or forcing election officials to overturn elections after the fact. We're seeing things like the Secretary of State in Georgia being taken out of a lot of power because he wouldn't overturn the presidential election in Georgia. We're seeing the election board in Fulton County, Atlanta, being taken over by the state legislature. It's not just Georgia. There is a sense in which legislatures feel like they want to play a very important role, maybe not so much in 2022, but some even more in 2024. And that whole prospect of election overturning being done more successfully this time than it was in 2020, I think is just the thing that keeps me up at night. There's some language in the Freedom to Vote Act that tries to push back on this, but in the end of the day, the courts have to be willing to push back as well, and they are, as I indicated, an untrustworthy bulwark right now.
Go ahead.
Okay, great. I wasn't sure if we were to be called on, but I'm glad you mentioned this election security piece, because I have great trepidation about it. Really what it boils down to is that we have the lack of courage of elected officials to call a thing a thing. They lack the courage to call the former leader of their party, former President Trump, a liar and a fraud. And there are people that they are allowing to be taken advantage of and to believe their heartbeat. In other words, this is the belief of that part of that faction of our country that if something happens that is not the way they want it to happen, then it's a lie. It's got to be fraud. You know, there's no way that you could have won this election in that way. There's no way you could have accomplished more than we accomplished. There's no way that this could have happened unless you would have cheated. It's the same arguments against affirmative action, which I think was always labeled wrong. It should have been corrective action and so forth. So when you allow these lies to fester, you end up creating what we saw on January 6th. Now, keep in mind, our country we've been here before during the time of the Civil War of Abraham Lincoln. You know, John Wilkes Booth, if you take a look at his manifesto, his letters that were written, it was almost similar to Dillingham in South Carolina. It was almost similar to the type of actions that we saw former Congresswoman Gabby Guilford when she received a non-fatal shot to the head. So it's very important that we identify and call a lie a lie. And there's just a lack of courage on the Republican and conservative, well, don't call it conservatives anymore, but the Republican side to do that. So my fear is that this will bubble up to a point where it will become a major confrontation, a violent confrontation. And the result of that violent confrontation will be more deaths because of this lie. We saw a glimpse of it, you know, in DC. We saw a glimpse of it in different localities. But if we do not get a handle on this, that's exactly where we are headed. So what is the prospect of this? I don't see it happening anytime soon, meaning that the Republican side of the political spectrum will call it a lie and stand up to their former leader of the party, because we just had a U.S. congressman who was a rising star of what we call a moderate Republican, agreed not to even run again. He was one of 10 Republicans that voted to impeach him because the majority of his constituents, after the former president endorsed him, said that he was going to have a major defeat. So instead of suffering that major embarrassment of defeat, he said, I'm not going to run again. So when we see this type of behavior, this type of lack of courage, this type of rhetoric becoming a truth in the hearts of the people, these are the same actions that we saw with injustices which led to our Civil War. This is the same acts what we saw during Jim Crow, which led to the massacre and the killing of innocent African Americans and women and other non-white citizens, or what we deem as minorities in our country. So we have to make sure that we address it. And when you stand for what is right, as the Georgia commissioner did, I mean, you're getting threats too, to the point where they're begging, stop. You know, our volunteer workers and those who are paid to facilitate the greatest event in our democracy on the local level in voting are getting death threats. People are following them to their homes. So we have to make sure, and we have to ensure that we face this with a united front in our country. I hope that another tragedy does not take place before we do this, but 2024 could be that watershed moment based on how the support on both sides are going. I do have a question about the election money as it relates to Citizens United and Rodriguez, but we'll talk about that later.
Okay, thank you. And, I will get back to you on that. And I did want to mention that, of course, the League is nonpartisan, and we try to avoid referring to political parties. And I wondered, Jennifer, could you expand on this a little bit as with regards to Virginia specifically? The current state legislature, I don't think would go along with some of these kinds of measures that Paul was talking about in terms of legislatures taking over. But do you have any comment with regard to Virginia?
And as far as election security, the issue.
Yes.
Yeah. So, bringing in what everyone was saying, the election integrity, that term has become a dog whistle to undermine, the outcome of an election. However, when you talk about election security, there are things that's being done here in Virginia to ensure that our elections are run properly, smoothly, and that the right protocols are in place. For example, there's annual election audits that have to be followed. And that goes a long way to ensure that things are done properly in a way it's supposed to be done. I think it's called risk limiting audits that are done. Not only that, but we have to remember that cybersecurity threats are real. And so there's that ongoing conversation about paper ballots versus, do we really move into having machines that are fully automated, that are fully, attached to a cloud or something like that? Because as we've seen on the federal level, on the state level also, we are very susceptible to cyber attacks. And you have different countries like Russia who have said themselves that they are interfering in our election processes. So it's, we have to toe that line about what makes sense and how much control we have over the process that we're doing, and ballot scanner machines, and making sure that those are evaluated to ensure that they're accurate and they're working properly, and they've been, all the things that need to be done with them are done. So the protocols are in place. And as far as election security goes, I think whatever we can do to ensure that we build confidence in the process, that's what we will do. We now have online registration, things like that. And one of the reasons that people fought against is they said, oh, well, we don't trust the internet. So we are moving in the right direction and making it seamless and more easy for people to vote. But we have to ensure that the right protocols are in place to prevent cyber attacks, to ensure the audits are being done. We're holding our State Board of Elections and everyone accountable to making sure that all the processes are being followed. But I think when you talk about election security, that's something that's already being done, not quite an issue, but we do have to be worried about the term election integrity, which means something totally different.
Allison, I'm going to direct another question to you. And redistricting is your topic. It's happening in all 50 states using data from the 2020 census. Virginia has a unique redistricting commission, which was created after 2/3 of Virginia passed the constitutional amendment in November 2020. The commission is a hybrid, half legislators, half citizens, equal parts Republicans and Democrats. It has been operating in full sunlight. The Virginia Redistricting Commission is reviewing proposed maps this week for approval, and public hearings on the maps are scheduled for the first week in October. The maps will go to the General Assembly later that month. And all of you are knowledgeable on this topic, but Allison, what do you anticipate will happen next? Do you think this unique redistricting commission will succeed in its mission to create fair maps in Virginia?
So I guess the first thing I'll say is, and I've had conversations with, I think, some of you all, if not all of you all, about the relative pros and cons of the redistricting commission. I think the one thing I want to remind you all is that the success and fairness of these programs, whether it's independent redistricting commissions or redistricting criteria, are not self-effectuating. So for example, I think a lot of us had wished we'd seen more robust applications to the commission, and that it wasn't truly accessible. I myself helped a few folks who were interested in applying and were deterred by the burden of the application process. And yes, this is very important. And also, is this accessible? Is this accessible for folks who have disabilities, who may have learning challenges? Is it accessible for working class folks who might be having multiple jobs? This is a big state. And yes, obviously some people did apply, But I think remembering that passing something to reform the system doesn't end the struggle. We have to hold folks accountable every single day. And having folks who having criteria in place doesn't mean that they're not shenanigans. I will say, I'll throw out a comparison for you about Florida. Virginia is not Florida, but this is what happens when you don't pay attention or aren't accountable. You had Republican operatives submitting maps under a system made to receive citizen comment and under laws that were meant to prohibit favoring or disfavoring partisan incumbents or parties. And so you had a Republican operative submitting maps and, you know, through back channels, the legislators knew that this was an operative map. So putting in a constitutional amendment won't end the struggle, and it won't guarantee, in and of itself, won't guarantee fair maps, but it can be a tool you use to do that. I think it's, you know, important to recognize that redistricting maps will likely be litigated. You know, that doesn't in and of itself provide you the answer. And we've already seen litigation challenging the constitutional amendments in the new process in Virginia. So I don't know that, I just want to flag that litigation will likely happen one way or the other. You know, I think that the fairness is part of something that we continue to struggle with when we don't step back and view redistricting processes and outcomes through a lens of allyship, right? So maybe this was really accessible for my organization, or maybe we got good districts for my region of the state. Did it do that for our friends and partners elsewhere in the state? Was it that way for our friends and ally organizations throughout the state? I work with a lot of folks who want to draw a map for their area and submit it to state legislatures. And I support that, but I'm like, here's the problem. This is a zero, like it's a puzzle, right? There's a domino effect. And you may say, I want to keep districts whole in, or I may want to keep counties and political jurisdictions whole in my part of the state. But my question is, what happens to other areas? Like there's a certain amount of NIMBY, not in my backyard, there's a certain amount of NIMBYism that I hear in redistricting engagement. And so I think, you know, the fairness, a lot of times that term will be in my eyes and about my backyard until we step back and really build these statewide coalitions that make sure we're not leaving anyone behind.
Okay, I'm going to turn now to campaign finance reform. And let's start with you, Jennifer. We're going to ask, what do you think is the most important campaign finance reform you would hope to be passed by the General Assembly, regardless of the likelihood of success? And after you answer, I'm going to turn to Eric, who would like to discuss the effect of Citizens United versus FCC and Americans for Prosperity Foundation versus Rodriguez on campaign finance reform. So Jennifer, you start, please.
Yeah, I think that the legislation that should pass the General Assembly is the legislation that would ban corporate contributions here in Virginia, legislation that puts a limit on individual contributions in line with the federal government, and also increases the amount of time that a legislator has to sit out before they can become a lobbyist. So ending that revolving door, which is something that's very important because you want to limit these lobbyists' influence on other legislators. And as I said, when they have those personal relationships together in the General Assembly, you know, you want to make sure that there's some distance there because it's about the appearance of impropriety, right? And so making sure that do that, I think that'll be some of the things that's greatly helpful. Also, addressing super PACs here in Virginia, making sure that it's, you know, everyone is timely disclosing that there's transparency there and there's teeth when you don't have it. Also in Virginia, we have it to where legislators could use campaign contributions on certain things, like, their mortgage or, to pay their car note. And like I said, many people may feel different things, but I do believe that the one exemption that I would agree with is to allow campaign contributions for childcare, which will benefit families across the board, help have more people of color, especially more women, run for office, because that is one of the most predominant barriers for professional women entering politics, is the unaffordability of childcare. So I think that can pass. It should pass if there is enough lobbying, advocating, pushing on the legislative body to do it. We have the votes. We just have to make sure that the people, the few in power who don't want to go out and hit the campaign trail and really, get or raise money. They want to continue to just be funded by one or two large companies or corporations and just do that. We have to ensure that we change the finance laws here. But that's what can be done, should be done, and that's what we should be fighting for.
Thank you. And Eric, you want to unmute? And yes.
Sure. Thank you very much. When we talk about influence in politics, we have to discuss the large amounts of money, or what we call dark money, that floods into the political process. This has been an issue that we've seen since the explosion of special interests on a larger scale within our politics. Of course, we've always had special interest groups, but of course, when there's a lot of influence, a lot of money at stake, and a lot of control of various resources, then we see large amounts of money flood into it. Citizens United versus FEC, I think I misprinted FCC in the chat, but it's FEC, Federal Elections Commission, basically ruled that it was a violation of burden on First Amendment rights of free speech for these corporations to disclose information about who their donors are. The same was just ruled this summer in July as it relates to Prosperity Foundation, Americans for Prosperity Foundation versus Rodriguez, which is a case out of California, which originated there. The difference in the ruling in this case is that Citizens United was a 5-4, and of course, Americans for Prosperity was a 6-3. So we see the way that the court is now positioned. They're favoring First Amendment protection rights for corporations, which are also deemed as people or persons being protected under the law as it relates to being able to speak on political issues. Now, what is the impact of this? California wanted the group to disclose who their major donors were. In part, they utilize the older cases, primarily around the NAACP during the time of the 1950s, where those groups, which are basically citizens of Black communities who were leaders in that community, but for the most part, they did not have the type of resources that we talk about today, or these corporations. And the court ruled as it relates to the possible harassment and death of individuals participating and supporting these groups, that they should not disclose this information. So under that rationale, it was then concluded that, well, these individuals, their First Amendment rights speech would be hindered as well. Possibly due to harassment. We do know that there is power in social media these days for at least a moment of embarrassment as opposed to a long-term impact. But even with that, these two decisions further cement the ability of major donors to create various super PACs or to provide large amounts of money to groups to influence various issues that help to drive wedges into the country and be able to influence policy behind the scenes, which drives really what politics is about. And that's the economic arm of our country, and those policies that tend to favor big business, large corporations, and the like. So I love to hear some of my colleagues on the panel take on that issue as well.
Well, I could jump in on Citizens United. I mean, that case in holding that corporations have a First Amendment right to participate in elections through super PACs or through by buying ads themselves and the like, opened up obviously a lot of corporate money to come into elections. And Justice Kennedy, when he was writing that, said, well, I think it's all going to be okay because we're going to have perfect disclosure of whose money it is and how it's being spent, and stockholders will know, and it'll be perfect sort of transparent system. And of course, it hasn't worked out that way at all. The amount of disclosure that is available under the way the law has evolved is already scandalously bad. But there's an affirmative effort, which is represented by this Americans for Prosperity case on the part of large billionaire interests to shut it down even more, to establish a First Amendment right to spend money in elections anonymously. And this was the first step. It wasn't even an election case, this case, but it was about what kind of level of protection does anonymous donations to a nonprofit get under the First Amendment. And you're going to see a very aggressive push in the next few years, probably with a sympathetic ear at the court, to the notion that the Koch brothers who paid for this case ought to be able to spend their money without anybody knowing it was Koch brothers' money. And that's just, I don't mean it. It could just as easily be left-wing Democratic billionaires. They both want to be able to do it. So that's something to watch, the continued breaking down of what's left of our functional campaign finance system, as Eric pointed out.
Thank you. I'd like to talk for a minute about messaging, specifically surrounding the notion of distrust in the electoral system. For one thing, the national dialogue seems hopelessly trapped in a yes, there's fraud, no, there's no significant fraud merry-go-round. By keeping the subject afloat, even by people rebutting allegations of voter fraud, distrust in the system is perpetuated or amplified. Similarly, 1 in 3 Americans still believes the 2020 election was rigged or stolen. Eric, you do a lot of media work. Do you see a strategy or means to restore confidence in elections? And after Eric finishes, I will throw this to the rest of you.
Sure. I'll go back to my comment previously, is that really what we need is a united front of all major parties and individuals to say, listen, our process works. And matter of fact, it is really the envy of the world. As Jennifer pointed out, we also have to be very transparent and honest about Russia interfering in elections, and also China as well, they've copied a lot of that, their techniques in interfering in US policies through cyber attacks. So, I just believe the last presidential term that we had, it did more damage to democracy than a physical war, because it damaged the belief in our democracy. It damaged the belief in our system. It damaged the belief in that even though we have different ideas, different beliefs, and different ways in which we believe that we should live our lives, at the end of the day, we agree to respect each other's rights and live our lives for a common good, and that's to continue to be the United States of America. So I believe that just the last several years just made us ununited in a way. Disconnected us so much that it's going to take a while to repair that. But the only way we can repair that is that we have to have courage on both sides to stand together and say, listen, we're here to build for a greater good. Now, what will push that? Will it be political will? Not right now, because there isn't it. Unfortunately, we tend to come together under some tragic events. That's historically how things have worked. I just hate to see that be the case, but I believe that would help to bring us together to become united under one umbrella, but I'm hoping that it does.
I guess the one thing I'd add on that, if I can briefly, is there are, I think frustratingly, some people who feel unreachable, but there are also folks who are living in echo chambers, and it's not 100% the case, but I do find when we create opportunities for folks to engage and see the process in real time rather than sitting in front of a computer reading websites, it's going to help induce confidence. And when people put a little bit of their own time and sweat equity into the game, they'll want it. They'll want to see that work is producing something. Which, again, I'm not naive. It doesn't mean there are folks who don't go to monitor elections for the sole purpose of causing trouble, but you know, recruiting folks, even folks who don't agree with us, to serve as poll workers, to do voter education, and to help make the system work, I think is part of what we can do sort of in a day-to-day action item to get that work. But you know, the messaging, you know, I hear and understand that frustration. It is a big one, and we can do some outreach maybe in the short term to start changing that situation.
Anyone else before we go to the floor and take questions from our participants? Okay, I'm going to turn this over to Pam Berg, who will be giving you questions from the chat. Pam?
Okay, thank you, Lisa. And again, I would like to thank you all so much for your time this afternoon and for coming to speak at our event. So I'm going to start from the beginning and chat. I'm going to work my way through. So hopefully we'll be able to get through these questions. I have one, and it's actually from me, and this is for Jennifer, and anyone else who wants to participate. It's on campaign finance reform, and as just a regular citizen, lay person, I feel like if you set limits on campaigns, like, it's easy for me to find a way around the back door to get that money in there somewhere. So I wonder if you could speak a little bit maybe about the comparison between limits and transparency. There's a part of me that feels like if you make transparency mandatory, at least the information's out there on the public. So could you speak to that a little bit? Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And so when you talk about limits, you're talking about the amount of influence that particular people or corporations or a group have on giving to candidates. When you talk about transparency, that's where the doc money conversation comes in, and that we should be able to trace who gave to whom and potentially for what reason, right? So if it's like a special interest, if I give to the VEA because I support teachers and increasing teacher pay, and then they support a candidate, then you can see that I support this candidate potentially through this organization for this reason. And so I believe that both are, you know, both are greatly important and equally important. And that's because transparency, we want to know, because the question is, you know, why wouldn't you want me to know, right? Why wouldn't you want the general public to know who you gave to, the organization or the candidate? Are you embarrassed? Are you ashamed? Is there something you're trying to hide? I mean, what's going on there? I remember seeing this meme, and I really thought it was so accurate. It said that candidates should have to wear a NASCAR jacket. You know, the NASCAR jacket has all the patches on it and shows all their sponsors and stuff. And I think we should have to have a NASCAR jacket with our endorsers and the people who give to us. Because I can tell you that I'm proud of every single donor that I have. And so I think that's what it should be. And if people want to do things in the dark, that question has to be asked, right? Sunlight is the best disinfectant. And I think transparency is always a good thing. So that's transparency. And the limits just come to the point where, you know, it is hard for particular people to run. And if you're a woman, if you have children, if you are a person of color, it makes it even more difficult because we are the exception and not the rule. And so people don't oftentimes give to candidates who don't often see represented in positions of power. And so they even a playing field, just a little bit. We should all have to operate under the same terms of campaign contributions. If not, you'll continue to have the same wealthy legacy politicians who continue to move forward, while you have the struggling social worker, single parent with 2 kids who's in it for the right reason, always have difficulty making it happen. The reason why you've seen such a sea change in places like here in Virginia, because the grassroots organizing and the people who have taken up the effort because they're so frustrated with gridlock come to play, but it shouldn't be that way. We should really be focusing more of our time on communicating with the voters, advocating for our policies, and not so much begging people for money so we can stay afloat to outraise each other. That's not what campaigns and democracy should be about.
Right. Thank you so much for that. There was a follow-up question on campaign finance about how nonprofit organizations fit in to that. I think the one that was mentioned in chat is Clean Virginia. So when I think of a PAC, I think of an organization specifically designed for this, but how do nonprofit organizations fit into that framework of campaign finance?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So I know specifically for Clean Virginia, when they're referencing them, they're mainly talking about their PAC. And so these organizations, they usually give through a political action committee. And so when they give through the political action committee, like you have, for example, NARAL, they have an educational branch, and then they have pretty much a PAC arm, Planned Parenthood, the same thing. Almost all these organizations operate that function that way. And so the nonprofit piece, they're usually the educational arm of that organization. They're usually not allowed to give to political candidates for political reasons. And that's why a lot of these organizations create political action committees, PACs, because that is that's the mechanism they use to funnel money to candidates that support their values and their vision. And so when you have organizations, for example, like Clean Virginia, whose mission and motto is to have clean governance and a clean environment, they are one of the groups that's out there supporting candidates, because one of the things that they hear is, I feel beholden to this monopoly utility here in Virginia because I need to be elected. Well, the idea is if another organization gives you money, then maybe you won't be beholden or feel as if you have to or be inclined to support this issue or this monopoly, because now you have an alternative means of financing your campaign. What's most important is that you have PACs and organizations who support people who align with their vision, who don't ask for anything in return. That is the main issue, is that it's the quid pro quo. I will support your campaign only if you support this legislation. Whereas Clean Virginia does not ask for anyone to necessarily support any legislation or require a vote. Their commitment is that you aren't beholden or take money from a monopoly utility here in Virginia.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a redistricting question, I believe. This is a question from Carol Stevens. And it also has an add-on from Carol and Kaywood. So the question is, how do you handle areas that have a large college population? Many of these students vote absentee from their hometown. How do the map drawers take that into account if this is unknown? And then Carol and Kaywood added a little bit of a twist about, and since this is the redistricting year, where they counted in school in April 2020 because most everybody was home because of COVID. So if anybody wants to jump in that would be great.
I will say that it's been my experience that there are a lot of efforts to get college students to register where they are and vote where they are. In light of all of the challenges facing them, it just can increase the likelihood that they actually get out and vote. And so I've seen in the case that Paul and I litigated together out of North Carolina, redistricting lines being drawn to crack a historically Black college in North Carolina, because the students were there, they were voting, and they were a politically powerful bloc. So I think one thing I would recommend is not making assumptions about whether students are voting or not voting. It is true we had an unusual census year. You know, that's just sort of the reality that we're at. But I think that youth getting engaged on their campuses, and us being clear that students have the right to vote where they go to college. Yes, they can vote if absentee from home, that's fine. But students, and particularly youth of color, have been targeted for discrimination and exclusion. And I want to be on the side of protecting their participation and encouraging it. When folks start voting young, they keep voting through the rest of their lives. And so, you know, there are places and technically rules that may allow you to not take into it, to exclude in some systematic way college populations. We don't advocate for that at the Southern Coalition for Social Justice, and we want to make sure that we don't see gerrymandering gerrymandering to limit youth and student participation.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to turn it back over briefly to Lisa. She has a follow-up question for Paul about nonprofits. Go ahead, Lisa.
Yes, Paul, you were talking about dark money mainly from a corporate standpoint. And I just wanted to know how you saw it in terms of nonprofits. There's really no distinction there, is it? I mean, the fund should be transparent regardless, correct?
Right, but actually nonprofits other than PACs are one of the main vehicles that allow for dark money. What happens is a nonprofit may be doing several things and somebody will come to them and give them a ton of money, which they then use to put advertising out. And they are not required to disclose that donor under federal law unless the donor says to them, A, this money is for ads, and B, here's the specific ad I'm paying for. Absent those two factors, the Federal Election Commission says you don't have to disclose that donor if you're a C3 nonprofit. And so many of the worst abuses come when people form those kinds of nonprofits as a way to have the disclosed speaker be this nonprofit and not the donors to the nonprofit.
Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. There's another follow-up, I think, related to that for Paul. This is from Janet. Are there any court cases under consideration nationally that could lead to a better resolution on campaign finance limitations?
I would have to say that advocates for a more effective regulation of campaign finance are not rushing into court right now to try to file new cases to get up to the Supreme Court. We're looking for state and federal reforms that are within the scope of what's constitutionally permissible now. And as I said, the court allows full disclosure. If we could just tackle the dark money problem under current law, that's all perfectly constitutional. And there are other things we could do to deal with contributions as well. But no, I don't think anybody thinks that the path to reform right now is to rush up to the Supreme Court.
Okay, thank you very much. The next question I think is for Eric from Hoda Zaki. How to best support the Freedom to Vote Act? Do you have some ideas and suggestions for how best to support that?
Sure. Well, it goes back to what Allison mentioned earlier, and that's engagement, community engagement, organizing around pushing your elected officials to support it. Now, of course, a lot of this is targeted. If in your district you do have someone that is supporting it already, the key is to push those few key votes that we need to get it over the finish line. You know, there was a statement that's told, which was actually true during the time of the 1960s civil rights, and when it came to the voting rights. And LBJ, of course, we were pushing voting rights and so forth, and LBJ told Dr. King and others, he said, make me do it. So he wasn't going to do it because it was not politically it wasn't a good thing politically. You know, the strategy just wasn't there to have a good outcome. But he said, make me do it. And there were a lot of events that took place during a time period that made the country stand up and made him do it, where when he did sign, that was justification there, right? So the people steal. Corporations are just one entity. They have a lot of dollars. And you have individuals, as Paul mentioned, like the Koch brothers and others, whether it be Bloomberg or whatever case may be on the other side, that have a lot of dollars. They're only one individual, but dollars don't vote. Corporations don't vote. People vote, and people push the political arm to provide good policy to affect their community.
Thank you very much for that. I have another question for you. This is my question. And it's hard for me to keep up with all the voting legislation, but I know in the Voting Rights Act, you know, there were the states that were called out for their historic discrimination. My question is, I think we can pretty much call out all 50. I mean, for varying reasons. Is there going to be, or is there an element in either one of these two new laws that's going to provide anti-discrimination throughout the entire 50 states? I think that's necessary. Can you speak to that, please? Sure.
So the John Lewis Voting Rights Act would do that because it helps to restore a lot of those protections. That's probably the closest that comes to it. But keep in mind, if you go to the Brennan Center, they do a very good election roundup where they take a look at laws and break them down as to which states have enacted various laws and so forth. Puts in a nice spreadsheet, very condensed. Takes a lot of work off people like us, so we don't have to do that. But you know, I refer to it frequently, and you can take a look and see now, just as of a couple months ago. I mean, you've had 30 laws enacted in 18 states already that made it hard for Americans to vote. As a matter of fact, you have more than 400 bills with provisions that restrict voting access that have been introduced in 49 states so far in the 2021 legislative sessions. And you mentioned earlier that all 50 states that basically could fit under that, but there are some that are more, of course, egregious than others. As a matter of fact, Paul mentioned the state of Georgia. I did an analysis on the Tale of Two States of the former Confederates on the radio show that I host on the University Radio station, where we looked at Georgia and Virginia, and we looked at how, you know, former Confederacy, where we take a look at voting discrimination, but how they've gone in separate directions since the 1965 Voting Rights Act as it relates to providing access, and then also increasing voter participation. So on the federal side, that is the best act in order to do that. However, on the local level, on the state level, we do see where there is a massive push to restrict access to the ballot. Now, keep in mind, just in fairness, there have been 25 states that enacted laws, 54, that provides provision to expand voting access. Of course, Virginia is one state that helps to lead in that. So that's something that we can be very proud of. But the fight's still there.
I would just add that the Freedom to Vote Act generally takes a different approach, but complementary approach. It basically overturns most of the strategies that are being used now by the states to make it harder to vote, by giving you an automatic right to register, same-day registration, early voting, mail voting, holiday on election day, all these things which are not expressly racial in nature, but which make it harder and harder for the states to find tactics to use to keep people from voting.
Great. Thank you very much. Lisa, I had one more, if I could just lump it in there, and then I'm going to turn it back over to Lisa for a final question. Whoever wants to answer it. The question in the chat is it constitutional for state legislators to overturn elections? So I'll send that out there and then I'll turn it over to Lisa.
No. If they decide they're going to have a presidential election to pick their electors, for example, they have a choice about that under the Constitution. But once they do that, they can't 2 weeks later say, we don't like how our state voted for president. We're going to send electors to vote for the other guy. That's clearly not constitutional.
Okay, thank you very much. And Lisa, over to you.
Thank you. Thanks, Pam. And thanks for that answer, Paul. Very succinct. Just as a wrap up, kind of a 2019 study released by the Knight Foundation found that about 100 million qualified citizens do not vote. And we were interested in how to expand voting and how to inspire Americans to go to the polls or mail in their ballots. I will toss this to all of you, and I'd really like a very short answer from each of you. And I'm going to start with Jennifer.
Well, this is $1 million question, Lisa. How do we get people to vote? You know, I have to say that what I've noticed is that there appears to be two things that move people. It's either fear or hope. And we've seen that from our last several elections, and both are pretty much as equally as motivating. So it just depends on which one we're going to subscribe to, right? Are we going to scare our voters to the polls and let them know what's at risk and what's on the ballot? And if they love the great things that's been happening here in Virginia, if they want to continue that, if they don't want Virginia to become Texas and Florida and Georgia, then they need to move and operate. That's a way to do it. Or to, you know, inspire the people to show up where, you know, they feel hopeful and they like the candidate at the top and the ballot all the way down, and give them reasons to show up and say, I believe that this person will make a difference. They see me, they hear me, and that's the way to do it. So it's one of those two. I would hope that we always defer to the inspire, hopeful way, but the way politics have been going recently, you know, I'm not as encouraged, but however we have to do it, we just have to get it done. So whatever floats your boat, whatever, you know, moves your wagon, we got to get these people to show up at the polls, no matter what, by any means necessary.
I'm turning now to Eric because I know you have to run. So got any final words for us on this?
Sure. I agree with Jennifer, and I'll go a step further. In order to get individuals to the polls, our elected officials and our political engines have to create policies that they are showing affects them on the everyday basis, right? Many times we have groups who are sought after for elections to get a certain group in or a certain person elected, but then they falter on those major issues that they said that they would pass legislation for, and make excuses as to why they do not. So that tends to turn people off from voting. And then, of course, just really emphasizing civics education on the K through 12 level, and then also on the college level, that, you know, we've taken a lot of attention off of civic engagement, civic education, which thereby fosters civic engagement. When you take that away, you know, now we see what we have today. We see conspiracies, falsehoods, and just ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous logic and lack of critical thinking enter into the space where, you know, just reasonableness and common sense should. Focusing on civic education to foster civic engagement and creating policies that really impact the community on the local level, and being able to communicate that in an effective and efficient way in order to continue to raise the number of persons who are voting and participating in our political process.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Eric. And Allison, I see you nodding vigorously, so let's hear what you have to say.
Well, I'm a big proponent of we can't approach GOTV from a transactional perspective. Like, we just want to see people registered and we just want to see people vote. We want policies that serve all of us. And so I think when you're an individual league member thinking about, I don't want people sitting out, I want this a government that's of and for and by the people. The stuff that gives me heart is the panel you had on community justice yesterday, because we know that people do calculus in their head. They think about the burdens and the hassles of voting, and then they feel unheard. So one of the most compelling things I think an individual can do is show up for their neighbors and their community members. And you can have a dialogue of civics education while you're doing that. I am here at this, food bank doing this work because I want to feed the hungry and push policies that make sure that we don't have folks who are hungry, and that living your values rather than, sort of preaching at people to vote, get registered, that's going to be in a long picture, much more compelling.
Thank you. Paul, you get the final word.
Okay, well, I would just add one thing, which is we have an election system that does not encourage people to vote. And what I mean by that is we have single member districts that are winner take all. And so you have many people in this country who live in a legislative district, a congressional district, a state where they figure it's really clear that one party is going to dominate. My showing up isn't going to make a whit of difference. Other democracies around the world solve that with various forms of proportional representation, which is just not the way the American system works. But it means your vote will have some importance, regardless if you live in a red district and you're a blue voter or vice versa. But one thing we can do in our system is strive for competitive districts where it feels like you are more likely to have an impact. And that is one of the things that political scientists, many of them would tell you, is almost more important than having fair maps is to have competitive maps where people feel like the districts are in play, so that the representatives have to be responsive, because they know if they're not, they might be threatened in the general election, not just in the primary. So that is a reform we could move toward.
Well, thank you all for this extremely stimulating conversation today, and it's been really helpful. I think we all learned a lot, and I hope you've enjoyed it as well. So thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, Lisa. We're going to, if I could talk and chew gum at the same time as I unpin people, we're going to do something now that we don't normally do, or we don't do enough of, and that is to talk about ourselves. So we're going to take a few minutes and call on some of our state leaders to give us an update. This event today was brought to you in large part by the issue groups. So our issue groups are vital to making the league work. And I'd like now to call on Denise Harrington, who is our advocacy chair. And Denise, I think you have some slides and some information about issue groups. Take it away.
Yes, and I'm about ready to do screen share. And I have to, one of these, oh boy, I have to pick one.
Little green guy on the bottom.
Yes, it says share, but one of them I had corrected a mistake in the time. So, so can you all see this? Just give me a thumbs up.
You're good.
Okay, so Just Commonwealth issue groups. So I'm moving on to what I wanted to, oops, it's not, what I wanted to say before now, and I have to put it in presentation view. That's correct, right? And I am looking for that right now. No, that's not it.
It's up on top, Denise. Go a little bit to your right on the tippy top.
Where it says more? No, it's right here. I always confuse this with another system. Is it the blue?
Should be next to it. Way up on top. But we can see it, so you're good.
Show small active speaker video. No, I'm not doing a video. Okay, well, if you can see this, it's always a presentation view for the slides.
It's in everybody's file too, the Google Drive. So
Okay, that's fine. So I just wanted to just chat a little teeny weeny bit. When we first started with the issue groups, you know, people were kind of wondering, well, what's going to be our role? What are we going to do? And first of all, yesterday, you already demonstrated. So I just a little purpose. I said to organize around strategic areas of interest to the membership. You know, for example, and then number 2 says to become experts with a purpose in an area of interest. You know, a lot of the housing group specializes in housing, the environmental justice group, etc. So what is the purpose for all of this in the long run? A, to support advocacy. You know, Deb always reminds us when we have these board meetings, we are a grassroots organization. And the work that you all are doing, I mean, we saw just a little slither yesterday of your collaborative efforts, continuing to follow legislation on your specific issue. So with that in mind, we are grassroots oriented, and then ultimately you are helping us to even shape our legislative priorities. And then also, there's an excellent side effect of an issue group, and that is that it supports membership. People will come to the League of Women Voters when they know that we have a voting and elections group, or a transportation group, or the child care study about child care is going to go on, or youth justice group, or they will come and they will join because it is their area of interest. And so finally, we talked a little bit about this when we met this summer, roles. So a lot of the chair people are already doing this or have done it. They have someone who's going to follow legislation pertaining to their group. They're also going to conduct some research, and they're going to have participants ready to step up and go to Advocacy Day. So you are already doing a lot of this. And yesterday was just, again, fantabulous, as I'd like to say. My favorite made-up word. And I'm going to the next slide. So what's next? So we have an advocacy training on November 14th at 2 p.m. from about 2 to 4 p.m. That's a Sunday afternoon. And so we hope that everyone attends. Everyone attends. Also, we don't forget the pre-legislative session on December 1 at 9 a.m. And again, we're looking at hybrid model. So, and this, of course, the advocacy training will be all virtual. And then don't forget our women's legislative roundtables. It begins January 12th and ends in March. And the date is cut off a little bit. And remember, you know, every time you look at our website right now, that first page is about 7 or 8 very dedicated people for League Day. I would like to see us double, triple League Day. And right now I had January 26, 2022. I don't know if that will change. It usually correlates with crossover day in the Virginia General Assembly. But we need you to begin to make your plan and plan to make it and be a part of it. So this is how everyone can get involved, and I'm going to stop. There's my little spiel, and I'm going to take my slides down. I'm no longer, should be a way for me to just get out of this, and that is not working. Can you get it? Can you get out of it or no?
Just hitting escape.
Oh, thank you. When all else fails. God, I'm used to, forgive me, I've been using Microsoft Teams a lot. Okay, there it is, stop share, duh. Yep. I'm so sorry. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Denise. And if you could put your email in there.
Absolutely.
Drop it in chat so people can reach you. Now I want to call upon our program director, Karen Kaywood, Because without updating our positions and developing new ones, we have no basis for advocacy work. So our positions are vital to ongoing work. And Carolyn's going to tell us about the 4 positions that we are working on this year. Carolyn, all yours.
Paragraph. Thanks,
Just
Joan.
take it away.
When the league officially advocates through the president or someone she designates, it's always based on a league position. And that's true of action alerts as well, if they are truly from the league. It could be a national position, which you will find in the online book Impact on Issues, or it could be a state position, which you will find on the lwv-va.org website. And that one's called Position for Action, which I think is the perfect title. Unlike most organizations, league positions are developed by us through a process that the league calls program, no S. This has nothing to do with creating events. Here's how program works. Each year in the winter, each local league reviews one of those 2 documents I mentioned to see if there's a need for a revision or a new position. Last winter, we looked at the state positions. This coming winter, we'll look at impact on issues. When we reviewed position for action, some of the leagues and some of the issue groups saw areas they thought needed study. The state board agreed with 4 of the proposed studies, and the convention delegates agreed to all 4. So now we are studying childcare, education equity, environmental justice, and money in politics. You can still join a study if one of these is your passion. But every league member will be invited to learn more as the studies progress. And every league member will be invited to participate in the consensus discussion that leads to a new position. And that is why our president can tell the legislature that the members of the league, by consensus, have taken a position on this issue.
Carolyn, you're muted.
Yeah, I was done.
Oh.
And it's
I
me.
didn't want to step on your toes. Okay, now I'm going to call on our president, Deb Waite, who's going to tell us a bit about Outreach Circle.
So to follow up on Denise and Carolyn, after we have our positions, or we do our study, we have our positions, we want to do our advocacy. And really, this is the whole, our reason of being. The league formed in order to advocate for laws. They found out that without the vote, that women couldn't affect laws that affected them. And you see that with women's healthcare right now, where people are creating policies that are affecting women without letting women make those decisions. And what I will drop into the chat, let's see, this is a Google Drive where I've put a couple documents that Denise shared from National that tell you how to activate Outreach Circle. And this is the link to find our Outreach Circle. And what Outreach Circle is, it's a different kind of social media platform where we are going to attempt to use that for our action alerts this year instead of emails. And we don't have nearly enough members signed up for it yet. So it's very important when we talk about the strength of the league. And right now we are over 2,200 members strong across the state, that we have as many of those voices engaged as we can. And you've heard that too throughout the weekend from speaker after speaker about how important engagement is, that democracy is not a spectator sport. It's something where we are actively engaged in our government. It's our government, our voting to choose who represents us and what policies are decided. So please sign on to Outreach Circle. Some of the beauties of it are that we won't have to report our advocacy in a separate document. So it will collect for us how many people respond to each of our action alerts through Outreach Circle. The other thing that we're excited about is that it gets us out of our little league bubble. So we are the people who are active, we're the voters, we're engaged, but we have friends and family that maybe aren't as engaged or engaged at the same level that we are. But this gives everyone an opportunity. You can share this out. It doesn't track personal information, but it does allow us to activate even more people in our action alerts and the legislation that we think that is important to support or oppose. So please sign up for Outreach Circle. We think that it's going to be a helpful tool for us this year. Thanks.
Thank you, Deb. And lucky for you all, this is not letting me pin myself. So, and I know some people are telling me that Lisa is still pinned, but according to my computer, it's not, she is not pinned. So I don't know what's going on, but it won't let me pin myself. So lucky for you, you don't have to see me. Anyway, I want to draw your attention.
You're pinned now. It just stopped sharing.
Thanks. Evil woman. Anyway, I'm going to draw your attention to the events piece that's in the agenda Google Drive. We have several coming up that you should really know about. The first one is very important. On September 29th, we're going to have a session with the executive director of VPAP, which is the Virginia Public Access Project. If you have any interest in advocacy, elections, election statistics, or any kind of related information, VPAP is an incredible resource. So there is the link in that page for you to RSVP. It is September 29th at 7 p.m. We may be having a LWVUS rally for voting rights, October 16 to 23. That's in there. This is a little bit fluid right now because they were talking about the Voting Rights Act and what's going on. Will it be brought to the Senate floor? So my email's in there. If you're interested in this, let me know, but we really don't know if these dates are set in stone. As Denise said, November 14th, 2 p.m. is our advocacy training. We'll have a link up for that soon. The Women's Legislative Roundtables are January 12 to March 9. League Day is definitely January 26th. These will all be hybrid events, meaning you can come if you feel safe, or you can tune in if it's easier for you. June 4th, 2022 will be council. We are working on whether that will be in-person, hybrid, or some variation thereof, but make sure the day is marked June 4th. It will be our council. I have some dates of note. Obviously, the 17th of September has already passed, but we have the 50th anniversary of the 19th Amendment. We have Voter Education Week, various birthdays and things that you would like to know. So if you have any questions on any events, I will drop my information in the chat. Deb put another one in chat. Jessica Jones Caparel will speak. She is an LWVUS staff member and directs Lobby Corps. She will speak on Democracy Month on September 22, and Deb has put the registration link in the chat. With that, we are going to take a break. We will come back at 3:30 for our final section, which is youth justice. So go out, enjoy the day for a little bit, and we'll be back at 3:30. Thank you.
3:20 is what I had. Oh, I'm sorry, 3:30. I'm sorry.
3:30.
Back, and thank you so much. Lisa Herring, our advocacy chair, will kick off our last section.
Thank you so much, Deb. Hello, members. Our next speaker joined the Equality Virginia team in 2021 as the Safe Schools Coordinator. Prior to this role, she served as the Master's of Social Work intern at Equality Virginia during the 2021-2022 academic year, where she helped plan and implement programs such as TIES and the Commonwealth Dinner as well as participated in policy advocacy during the General Assembly session. Kyleigh holds a Master's of Social Work degree in Administration, Planning, and Policy Practice from the Virginia Commonwealth University, as well as a bachelor's degree in Human Development and Spanish from Virginia Tech, where she played saxophone in the Marching Virginians. She's also a lifelong Virginian, having grown up in mostly Northern Virginia area. And she can be found tending her household plants and vegetable garden, which I'm jealous. I really need your help. Cooking new recipes and trying to find the best chai latte in Richmond. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce Kyleigh Hynes of Equality Virginia, and she's going to share with us some information about how we can support our transgender students. Take it away, Kyleigh. And I hope I pronounced your name correctly.
Yes, you did. Thank you. Thanks everyone for having me here on this lovely Sunday. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen if that's all right. I have a short presentation to share with you all. Let's see. Can everyone see that okay? Okay, awesome, thank you. So today we're going to be talking about creating safe schools for transgender students. As Denise mentioned earlier, my name is Kyleigh Hynes. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm the Safe Schools Coordinator at Equality Virginia. So just to go over today's agenda, just so folks have an idea of what we're going to be talking about, I'm going to briefly go over some terminology to know as we go through our discussion today. Then we're going to go into an introduction of the policies, which are the VDOE model policies that were released this past year. And then talk a little bit about the process of rolling out the policies throughout the state, as well as how folks can get involved, why the policies are important. So some talking points that you can share if you're choosing to advocate and get involved in pushing these policies forward throughout the state. Some common arguments against the policies and some responses that you could use, and as well as some contact information for myself and for our executive director if you have questions or want more information. And then we'll have some time for questions, I'm sure, throughout, but definitely at the end as well. So I know there's a lot of words on this slide, but I'm just gonna give a general overview. I just wanted to make sure everybody could have the opportunity to read along as well. But just to go over a few terms, gender identity is a person's internal sense of their own identity as boy, man, girl, woman, another gender, no gender, a gender outside the male-female binary. So gender identity is different from sex, but it's an innate part of a person's identity. It can be different or the same from what you might expect based on the sex someone was assigned at birth. So related to that, the word cisgender describes a person whose gender identity corresponds with the gender that society would assume or typically associate with the sex they were assigned at birth. So for example, I'm cisgender, I was assigned female at birth, and folks have called me a girl, a woman throughout my life, and those are terms that I'm comfortable identifying as. And then in contrast, transgender is a self-identifying term that describes a person whose gender identity is different from the sex they were assigned at birth. So that's a wide range of identities. It doesn't just have to be, man, woman, boy, or girl. It can be non-binary. It can be other things as well. And transgender is also often used as an umbrella term. So it can describe, a transgender man or transgender woman or non-binary folks and everyone in between. And then the term non-binary is a term used to refer to people whose gender identity is not exclusively male or female, including those who identify with a different gender, a combination of genders, or no gender. So non-binary can be a subset of transgender or a distinct identity. And folks have used other terms such as genderqueer, gender fluid, agender, or two-spirit, which is used in Indigenous communities. So for some background on the VDOE model policies, the Virginia Department of Education created these model policies during the 2020 General Assembly session. There were two bills, House Bill 145 and Senate Bill 161, sorry. that directed the Department of Education to create these policies to help schools be more inclusive of transgender and non-binary students. So after that was passed during the 2020 General Assembly session, over the next year until the end of 2020, beginning of 2021, folks throughout the state, stakeholders, students who had personal experience, educators, leaders in the nonprofit world and in organizations throughout Virginia got together and created these policies according to best practices. And they look very similar to what has already been done in other states. And so these policies are really nothing new. They've been done in other areas with great success. So yeah, and then the policies in general just help ensure that school divisions are welcoming and affirming and safe and respectful environments for all students. Even though they focus on transgender and non-binary students, they're really focused on creating environments in which all students can thrive and explore their identities in whichever ways they choose. And school boards in the state of Virginia were required to adopt the policies that align, I think the language is specifically consistent with or more comprehensive than the VDOE guidelines. They're required to do that before the start of this school year. And so not all places have done it yet. We're going to talk about that a little later. But in addition to creating the affirming environments, the policies help ensure that various school divisions are in compliance with state and federal laws. And that's not only the laws that were passed during the 2020 session, but also Title IX and other laws like that. So what does the guidance cover? So there's 7 general areas that the guidance covers. As you can see on this slide, I'm just going to give a very general overview of each one. There's the policies admittedly are kind of wordy. So if you go and read through them, there will be a lot of words there, but there will also be boxes in each section that kind of just give a general summary. That's just a note if you're going to go looking for the policies to read on your own time. But so the first section is bullying, harassment, and discrimination. Basically just outlines ways to prevent, ways to handle and deal with the mistreatment that transgender students could face at the hands of either their peers or sometimes, unfortunately, their educators as well. The section about student privacy and confidentiality has to do with how students are referred to in the classroom, how they're referred to on school records. So if the student doesn't want their peers or their peers' parents or other educators that they're not in class with to know that they're transgender, this section kind of outlines ways in which schools can make sure that that information is kept confidential and is not accidentally disclosed to anyone. The section identification of students just gives guidelines on names and pronouns. So if a student, comes out as transgender and starts using a different name, different pronouns than they maybe were using before, it just provides guidelines about how to go about that transition, how to kind of mitigate any confusion, and also how to protect students in the case, for example, if a substitute teacher comes in and the roster they were given has an old name or old, gender marker or something on that document, kind of provides guidelines about how to prevent that from happening. And the maintenance of school records section gives guidelines about how to go about changing a student's name on their school record. So that would require, someone can go through a separate process through, the state government and change their gender marker on their birth certificate, for example. And so then once you have that document, you can bring it into school and you can change it on the school record. And so it just kind of outlines a process for doing that so that administrators know how to go about that. The section on dress code basically just says, to try to change dress codes or enforce dress codes in a way that's gender neutral, make sure we're not, enforcing dress codes along gender lines, not saying that, girls should wear skirts or boys should wear pants, dress code should be as gender neutral as possible and fair to everybody. The section on access to activities and facilities basically just asks educators and administrators to maybe consider ways in the past, activities or events in the past that have been gender separated. The thing that's coming to mind for me is physical education. A lot of times, I remember when I was in public school, there was a dance unit for the girls and a wrestling unit for the boys. It kind of just prompts educators to think about ways in which to not divide along gender lines whenever possible, and then when it's unavoidable or in circumstances where you maybe have to do it, ways in which to accommodate transgender students appropriately. And that section also includes access to facilities, which includes bathrooms and locker rooms. So affirming the right of transgender students to access the facility that aligns with their gender identity. And then the last section just has to do with professional development and training. So obviously, the policies cover a lot of areas. Educators and administrators might not know all of the ways in which they should go about things. And so, or they might not be educated on the transgender experience or transgender identity in general. And so it just asks educators to, seek out or ask for trainings and hold trainings and professional development seminars for educators to be able to gain that information. An important part of the guidance is that it does not cover athletics. I'm sure everyone has maybe been aware that there's been a lot of conversation, especially in other states, about transgender athlete bans and things like that. But the policy in Virginia, as of right now, does not cover athletics. That would be under the Virginia High School League policy separately. So just to give some insight into the process so far, obviously the policies were released officially in March 2021. And, as I mentioned earlier, they were supposed to have been adopted by the start of the school year. I believe everybody should be started with school already. I hope there's not, there might be a few places where they're just getting started. But so we basically had this summer to, for schools to hold school board meetings or school divisions, to hold school board meetings and discuss these policies. And so there was a lot of public comment that happened during these public comment periods. And this was happening throughout Virginia. And kind of by the end of the summer, we realized that these were often becoming hostile environments for students and their families. So originally, we were asking transgender students and their families to, come to these meetings, share their stories. But unfortunately, there was a lot of opposition. And in general, it just kind of became not a very trauma-informed space for those students and their families to be in. So what we ended up asking them to do instead, or alongside that, in some cases, was to send emails or letters to school board members separately. To kind of explain, their story, and this goes for advocates as well. So even if you're not transgender, just, sending an email or a letter speaking on why you think the policies are important, why you think they should be adopted in your school division, and then also speaking directly with school board members to answer questions. That's something that we were doing as an organization. Any school board members that had questions about the policies or about trans kids in general, we were meeting with them to kind of answer some of those questions. And so what we've kind of arrived at as the school year has started is that there's been 3 main levels of adoption of the policies. So there's been full adoption, which unfortunately has not happened in most places, but it's happened in a few where school divisions adopted a standalone policy that explicitly addresses all the areas of the guidance. So all the areas on the slide previously that I talked about. And that's the green light. That's what we want. And then there has been kind of a yellow light level, which was partial adoption, where a lot of school divisions, I think actually the majority of school divisions in Virginia adopted policy updates. These were either just policy updates they created themselves, but often it was policy updates that they received from the Virginia School Board Association, if their school board was a member of that association. That basically just expanded their already existing non-discrimination policies, as well as a few other policies. And these are, the reason why I say that's kind of the yellow light level, is that they don't specifically address all of the areas, right? So that some of them don't even mention, facilities, they don't talk about bathrooms, they don't really talk about pronouns and how teachers should go about navigating that. And so that's why that's kind of a intermediary level of adoption. And then also, unfortunately, we had rejection or failure to adopt. We had a couple of school divisions that either held a vote and explicitly voted against the policies, kind of went against the law in the state of Virginia, or they just chose not to vote at all. They didn't discuss any policies and they didn't vote. So unfortunately, those places don't have any policies in place, or at least the policies they maybe already did have are not sufficient. And so how to get involved? The most important thing, I guess, to do would be to continue your education. I know myself, as I mentioned earlier, I'm not a transgender person, so there's stuff that I'm always learning too, even though I'm in this role. It's really been great for me to listen and learn from students, transgender and non-binary students, and as they're going through the school year in real time, the issues that they're encountering. So yeah, I would just recommend to continue your education. Read the model policy in its entirety, even though it's very long and wordy, just to get a good sense of what it actually means and what it's actually trying to do. Hear the stories of other transgender youth in publications and media. There's been so many news articles that have come out. So many families have spoken up and included their voices in media articles that have come out throughout the summer. There's been a couple amicus briefs that have been filed that have sections that go really in depth about these families' struggles and the different, the triumphs and struggles that they've faced as they've gone through navigating this within the school system. And then organizational websites. I mean, you're welcome to visit Quality Virginia's website. Side by Side is also a great organization. They have a lot of information. They do a lot of really good trainings. So if you hear about any folks in the schools that want good trainings, I definitely recommend reaching out to them. And then the handouts as well. I passed on to Joan some handouts that just give some extra background information, and those would be really good to read as well. And then after doing that, contacting your school board member. So I don't envision a lot of school board meetings from now on will focus on this. I think folks, even if they haven't adopted the policy, have kind of viewed this as a closed issue. If that opportunity arises, that would be great. But for now, reaching out via phone, via email, or even holding a personal meeting with a school board member to talk about this with them. Those personal meetings can be really great ways to have kind of a back and forth conversation and just meet each other at the same level and, just co-learn and co-educate together. And then another way to get involved is to participate in an op-ed or a letter to the editor. Equality Virginia is actually, we have a kit for doing this. So we, give you everything that you need to write your own, or we can actually ghostwrite one for you, get it approved, to have your name attached to it, and then publish it as though you wrote it, which is something, folks do all the time. So if that's something you're interested in, you can contact me or our executive director, V. Lamnick. That contact info will be on the last slide, but yeah, definitely reach out if that's something that you're interested in doing. And then just speak out whenever and wherever you can. I mean, folks are always, it's always an opportunity for folks to learn, just even in regular everyday conversation, and your voice is super important. I think especially too, a lot of the backlash we've seen is folks thinking that this is like a new wave thing that the youth are doing, and it's, it's not making sense to a lot of people in some cases. And so, but, transgender and non-binary people have existed throughout time and cultures across the globe. And so, hearing from folks at any age and in any life experiences is really important to help convince those folks of the importance of the policies and just, the humanity of trans people in general. So some talking points that you can use if you choose to advocate as to why school boards should adopt the policies. In general, they reduce harassment, bullying, and mistreatment of transgender youth, which is important in a school environment. You want to make sure youth feel safe at school. It also increases their academic performance. It really greatly reduces the rate of suicidal thoughts and attempts amongst transgender youth. That's something we're seeing with youth. And there's, hard research that shows that schools that have policies like this in place throughout the United States, not just in Virginia, students who have those policies in their schools are really, feeling safe, feeling supported, and not experiencing as many mental health issues maybe as before. These policies also provide educators, administrators, and school staff with information and guidelines they can easily follow. So as I mentioned earlier, some staff might not know how to, go about implementing these policies in their school. And so the guidelines it's a really important kind of cheat sheet for them to use. And in general, the policies just create a respectful and safer environment for all students to explore their identities, which I would hope would be something that, school divisions would want to have in their schools. And also it's just the law. I mean, as I mentioned, the General Assembly passed the laws in Virginia. We have Title IX. We have now the the legal precedent or the case law with the Gavin Grimm case that was decided in terms of bathroom usage. And so, if school divisions want to be in alignment with the law and they want to avoid, hopefully folks wouldn't be, suing, but some folks do choose to go about having a lawsuit in terms of, getting their rights affirmed. And so if school boards want to avoid that, just adopting the policies would be the best way for them to do that. And so that tends to be a good talking point to use. And then just some common arguments against the policies we're seeing and just how to respond. A lot of folks are asking, well, what about other students' right to privacy and safety? What about non-transgender students, what about cisgender students? And something we just say to that is that safety and comfort are two different things and require different responses. Just simply having the presence of a transgender student in a bathroom does not automatically create an unsafe environment. That student is in the bathroom to use the bathroom the way everyone else is in the bathroom to use the bathroom. And so, comfort is something that someone should maybe seek to alleviate within themselves, but it shouldn't trump the rights of students to use the bathroom that feels most affirming to their gender identity. And then along with that, what if cisgender students abuse the policies in order to gain access to certain bathrooms? We're hearing a lot of folks being, what if boys pretend to be a girl to go into the girls' bathroom to harass girls? That kind of relates to the first point, but the main thing to consider here is that's a separate behavioral issue, even without these policies, that might also be something that's already happening. And it's not really related to whether or not trans kids are allowed to use the bathroom that aligns with their gender identity. So that's a separate behavioral issue, requires a different response, and shouldn't invalidate the rights of trans students to feel comfortable in their facilities at school. And the last one is, what about parental rights? There is a clause in the VDOE policy that relates to, students who are not out to their parents, who haven't disclosed to their parents that they're transgender, but want to feel safe and comfortable in their identity at school, will sometimes, share with their teachers, hey, I'm transgender, I use this name, I use these pronouns. And a lot of parents who are maybe opposed to this policy are wondering, well, what does that mean that the school can withhold information about my child from me? And something we just say in response to that is that, students have right to privacy as well. There are some cases, hopefully these would be few and far between, but there definitely are some cases in which parents are very unaffirming, and sharing the information about the student's identity with the parent without that student's consent can cause danger to that student, unfortunately. And so that's something we want to avoid whenever possible. And the policies direct educators and administrators to work with the student and figure out a plan to share it with their family. But we should definitely be avoiding sharing this information with parents without the consent of students. And also, there is really no Virginia law that compels educators to disclose gender identity specifically to parents without student consent. Obviously, there's mandated reporting with, if the student is considering harming themselves or others, but gender identity is not really something that educators are compelled to share with parents without the student's consent. So in general, just emphasizing that educators should work with students and come up with a plan about how to go about this according to what that student wants to do. So that's all I have for today, but I have my contact information here at the top, and then our executive director, V. Lamneck, their contact information there. Again, if you have any questions, you want more information, you want more, guidance about how to advocate, we're always here to answer questions and help folks out. So thanks so much for having me. I've really enjoyed speaking to you all today. If there's any questions, I can go ahead and try to answer some of those.
Kyleigh, there is one question. First of all, thank you for an absolutely great presentation. There is one question in the chat, and basically the question is, what more could be done at the Virginia General Assembly level to support transgender students?
Yeah, so, transgender students are, throughout the United States, as we're seeing right now. I mean, I think Florida is the state that comes to mind most often. There's been quite a few bills introduced in Florida and other states just regarding, students' access to medical interventions and, medicine for, gender affirming surgeries and hormones and things like that. There's been laws that have been introduced to try to prevent that from being accessible to minors, even with their parental permission. Not sure if that's going to come up within the Virginia General Assembly, but I'm sure it wouldn't hurt to, start the conversation. And I hope not, yeah. But it wouldn't hurt to, wouldn't hurt to start the conversation and maybe even introduce, legislation that affirms that right. I imagine at some point we might see, a law, like I mentioned earlier, regarding to athlete bans. That's kind of another hot button issue that's come up a lot. Just affirming the rights of students. I know that the Virginia High School League has their own policy, but that policy could also use some updating. I think it's in need of some updating. So, maybe figuring out a way to go about that within the General Assembly. I should also mention too that the current policies of the VDOE released, there's no punishment or any kind of consequence for school boards not adopting them. So there's no, withdrawal of funding, there's no sanctions, there's nothing like that. So for the places that rejected or didn't adopt the policy, they're really going to see no threat or no consequence in response to that, other than, like I mentioned, the threat of lawsuit, which as we've seen in the Gavin Grimm case, paying out, $1.3 million in legal fees. I know that's not something that most school divisions want to do, but hopefully maybe, there could be a way that we could maybe make these policies more solidified and just make it so that they're, being introduced in and adopted in school divisions and are being applied widely, because what we really want is for a student in Fairfax County and a student in Albemarle County and a student in Roanoke County to have the same experience and to be protected in the same ways. So I hope that answers that person's question.
It does, and thank you so much. There was one question about whether or not if you all had access to, but I can probably get that information, which school divisions have or have not adopted the recommended guidelines.
Yeah, we have that information. It's been a little difficult because I think there's been some confusion in how folks are going about it. Sometimes you have to dig through the board docs to figure out whether or not they've discussed the policy or adopted the policy. But yeah, we do have that information. There's been, I think, unfortunately, only 5 school districts have adopted separate policies. I can't remember all 5 off the top of my head.
That's fine. You do not have to. In fact, one of our members asked if you could go ahead. I know you have provided such wonderful presentation and great slides. If you would just put your contact information in the chat.
Yeah, sure.
So that everybody can have it quickly, and then maybe they could follow up with you. And I am going to pass your information on to some diversity officers I know who were just talking about they wanted to find someone within the community to talk about supporting transgender students. And we certainly know that is you. So thank you so much for a great presentation. And we're going to move on to our next presentation, but thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me. Have a great rest of your Sunday, everybody.
Thank you. So right now, our next speaker leads the policy research and advocacy for pre-K through 12th grade for the Commonwealth Institute. He also serves as a coordinator for the Fund Our Schools Coalition. He is passionate about improving social welfare outcomes for all Virginians. Before joining the Commonwealth Institute, Chad worked as a middle school math teacher in Detroit, Michigan, and the Richmond metro area. His prior professional experience also includes conducting research in healthcare and the microfinance sector. Chad has a bachelor's degree in economics from Connecticut College, and he also has a master's degree from the University of Michigan in the School of Education. So, without any further delay, from the Commonwealth Institute, we're so happy that he's going to come and talk to us about education funding. That is Chad Stewart from the Commonwealth Institute.
Great. Well, thank you so much for the introduction, Denise. And I'm going to go ahead and share my screen for this presentation. And hopefully everyone can see this screen. All right. Well, You pretty much did the introduction for me. Thank you for that very detailed introduction. And again, my name is Chad, and I'm a former middle school math teacher and work at the Commonwealth Institute in Richmond, Virginia. We're a nonprofit, nonpartisan policy research group that aims to inform and improve state policies for low and moderate income Virginia families. So today I'll be going over some background on how Virginia came to have such a remarkably inequitable system for education funding. I'll review details of Virginia's K-12 funding formula and how it ties to equitable funding. And finally, we'll look at upcoming policy opportunities to plug into and advocate for fair and equitable school funding. At the end of the presentation, I'll hold some time for a question and answer period, and you all can feel free to drop any questions that come up throughout this presentation in the chat, just as we go along. All right, so to kick things off, I think it's essential to ground ourselves in why Virginia has such unequal results in our education system. And to do that, we have to get into our state's past with school segregation efforts and how these policy choices still impact resources and outcomes in our schools today. It's important to acknowledge that segregation was made by design, intentionally, and those policies were made to last. When some policies became unconstitutional, other methods were utilized to maintain segregation in schools, and we're seeing the effects of that today. So Virginia is well known for its sponsorship of massive resistance to integration, which is a group of laws and political strategy opposing integration led by Senator Harry F. Byrd. You can see a snapshot of a timeline from our segregation report on the screen. Examples include per pupil or pupil placement boards created to assign specific students to specific schools, tuition grants, also known as vouchers, given to white students that found themselves in an integrated school in order to attend private schools or a public school in a nearby locality. And this all led to the creation of segregation academies. These efforts catalyzed in Prince Edward County, where a student, Barbara Rose Johns, led a walkout in protest of segregated conditions, leading to the closing of all the county schools in 1959. Some Black students in the county were forced to miss all or part of 5 years of their education until the US Supreme Court outlawed the use of public dollars to fund private schools, and schools reopened on an integrated basis. Now, many of these policy impacts persist to the present day. White flight from diversifying neighborhoods, urban renewal, housing segregation, these are all examples of racist policies that historically contributed to segregation, but are also actively being reinforced. So, for example, in a report that we put out last year, we found Black and Latinx students are increasingly likely to attend schools that are almost entirely non-white. And these schools have fewer resources and course offerings than schools with larger shares of white students. Black and Latinx students continue to attend schools with high levels of poverty compared to white students in the overall student body. And school segregation has increased in many of Virginia's metro areas. To measure segregation, we compared racial demographics of individual schools to the larger public school population for the metropolitan area. We found a dissimilarity between those two things, which is fairly large and has increased over time. Metro areas with the highest levels of Black-white segregation include Roanoke, Richmond, Harrisonburg, and Hampton Roads. And the level of segregation has increased in all of those metro areas, except for Richmond, where it decreased slightly over the past 15 years. Similarly, Richmond, Harrisonburg, and the greater Washington metro areas have the largest Latinx white segregation. It has grown in the Richmond metro area over the last 15 years, and today has the highest rates of Latinx white segregation out of all Virginia metro regions. So despite a diversifying student population, segregation has worsened over the last 15 years in Virginia, and with it, growing funding and resource disparities between our schools. It's going to take intentional, targeted policies by the state and localities to change this trajectory. there are several specific policy choices that could begin to mitigate some of the challenges posed by segregation. So first off is race-conscious, voluntary, local and regional integration policies that prioritize equity in diverse learning environments. These could be regional magnet schools, managed choice programs, and/or local district rezoning of school attendance boundaries. Next, the state could start including diversity as a measure of school quality in the process of accreditation to incentivize localities to work towards diverse schools and flip the narrative on what a good school looks like. Third is fair funding, and I'll go into much more detail on this in the next section. And last is affordable housing policy to help sever the link between education and housing segregation. That could look like reform around housing choice vouchers or increase state and local down payment assistance. But given the relatively high burden we place on localities in our state to fund education, the relic of housing segregation still looms large in the net property values of localities and therefore their ability to raise local revenue for schools. And there's nothing natural about the persistent gaps we see in education outcomes by race, ethnicity, and English language proficiency. Over the past year, Black, Latinx, and English learner students saw the largest percentage drops across the board in SOL subject test areas. And addressing these growing inequities is going to take bold policy solutions, starting with providing more adequate funding and resources for schools. And this brings us to the next section of the presentation, where we'll get a sense of Virginia's funding effort and then dive deep into the core formula the state uses for funding schools. So first off in this section, it's important to understand the concept that Virginia is a high capacity state. And by that, I mean relatively well off. We're in the top 10 for median household income, yet we're in the bottom 10 for state per pupil expenditure for pre-K through 12 education. You can see from this table that we're sandwiched between much poorer states like Missouri and Mississippi for state support per pupil. And there are no other states in this list that are even close to being in the top 10 for median household income. So we remain a high capacity, but very low effort state in terms of our general direct aid for education. And we see this low funding level play out in our teacher pay. Virginia has the least competitive teacher pay in the country compared to other professions in the state that require similar levels of education. We also have a massive backlog of needed school infrastructure upgrades, totaling nearly $25 billion. This slide is taken from an upcoming presentation the state is giving next week. And we're the only state in our region that doesn't offer direct aid to schools for infrastructure support. And just to move out of the bottom tier of all states and closer to the national average for school spending would cost billions of dollars annually. Raising this revenue in an equitable manner would require taking a serious look at reforming our tax code, which currently asks our lowest income residents to pay the highest share of their incomes to state and local taxes, and our highest income households to pay the lowest share. So with that high level concept in mind of where we rank for school spending and what it would take to get out of the bottom tier, it's probably time to dive into the nitty-gritty of our current school funding formula. Now, the most essential thing to know about our school funding structure is to understand our standards of quality in Virginia, which many find to be somewhat obscure and a complex topic. But I like to think of our standards of quality, also abbreviated as SOQs, and the process for making them as a recipe for a very standard, acceptable lasagna. So we have our chefs who write the recipe, which is our Board of Education in Virginia, made up of people with education backgrounds that are appointed by our governors. These board members are given the important task of identifying what our standards should be so that we have just enough resources needed to adequately educate our students. Things like staffing standards for teachers, administrators, aides, counselors, equipment, buses, really anything the state deems essential for schools to provide a high quality education. These are the ingredients that our chefs, the Board of Education, say are needed to provide an adequate education to our students. And these chefs don't just make up the recipe from scratch. They look at the old recipe Virginia has been using, talk to experts and stakeholders, and make sure that any recommended changes to our SOP recipe are thoughtful and reflect the needs of today's students. Now, the Board of Education then gives this very thoughtfully constructed recipe to our General Assembly and tells them, you really need to get each ingredient and the exact amount needed so that you have every layer you need to make this acceptable lasagna for all Virginia students. At this point, it's up to lawmakers in our General Assembly to purchase the ingredients for the recipe, which entails building those costs into our state budget. Yet this is the step that we start to see cracks in the recipe. Lawmakers in Virginia have a history of not fully funding our SOQs, and sometimes have even gone in and tinkered with our existing funding recipe to dilute it and cut costs. Now, before we get to examples of how lawmakers have done this, let's ground ourselves a bit more in some of the basics about our SOQ funding recipe. First off, the state is in charge of determining how much support schools must receive to be able to provide a high quality education as directed by the Constitution of Virginia, which says the state must seek to ensure that educational program of high quality is established and continually maintained. Next, more than 80% of SOQ funding goes to salaries and benefits for instructional and support positions. Most of the rest goes to equipment and other costs. And finally, school divisions must match a portion of SOQ state funding. Overall, the state covers 55% of required SOQ costs, and localities cover the remaining 45%. The share varies by division based on their ability to raise local revenues. At the end of the day, though, every locality in the state funds beyond what is required of them, because state support is simply insufficient to cover today's cost. In addition to partially covering teacher salaries and benefits, SOQ funding also goes to these essential support positions in schools. You can kind of see the long list on the screen right now. And lastly, another important thing to know is the actual formula for distribution of the SOQ funding is quite complicated. Here's a state-created diagram that attempts to simplify how it's distributed. As you can see, there are a lot of complex variables that go into it. For example, when we zoom in to the top of this diagram, you can see that all of the inputs to fund the SOQ standards go into calculating the total cost. Then that total cost is broken down into per pupil amounts in the division level. Then the local composite index formula is applied, which takes into account a locality's ability to raise tax revenue. And then the state portion of what is covered is calculated for a couple buckets of funding. And if all this seems very complex, that's because it is. When I talk to people that do research on the national level of state K-12 funding formulas, I consistently hear feedback that Virginia has one of the most complicated funding formulas in the country. So now that we have some grounding in what makes up the SOQs and how they're formed, let's go back to where our SOQ funding stands today. In the wake of the Great Recession, more than a decade ago, lawmakers arbitrarily changed what we funded for our SOQ formula to cut costs. These changes, while initially made under the pretense of being temporary, live on with us to this day, and we are still down hundreds of millions of dollars from 2009 levels of state support. This graph shows the discrepancy of where we would be today if state K-12 funding had kept up to 2009 levels of support. And one change in particular, made in 2010, the support cap, limited the level of support staff the state funded. As a result, since 2009, there's been a 39% drop in state funding for support staff in schools, despite student enrollment increasing by 55,000 students between 2009 and 2019. Support staff in the state has dropped by nearly 2,000 positions. On top of that, the declines were 4 times greater in divisions with the highest share of students of color. These changes to our SOQ recipe in no way reflect student need and were mostly arbitrary. For example, lawmakers changed the acceptable life of a school bus in the SOQ formula from 12 to 15 years, despite our own legislative research group suggesting that 12 years was the appropriate life. These changes in aggregate greatly reduced the ability of schools to function, forcing folks like teachers and counselors to take on additional administrative roles and threaten the safety of our students by allowing longer use of outdated equipment. So let's talk about where you can plug in for advocacy opportunities over the next several months if you're interested in working on school equity policy solutions. There's a lot of different levels of engagement, from attending public meetings to talking directly with lawmakers in the governor's office. Coming right up are public meetings this fall, including one this Wednesday, where our chefs, remember them, the Virginia Board of Education, will be taking public comment on revising the standards of quality, our SOQs. At stake in these meetings, they're considering prescribing nearly $1 billion in additional education funding each year. And these prescriptions very much inform what bills we'll see filed in the General Assembly each year and what's put in the governor's budget. Next, going on all fall, is the drafting of legislation and the proposed governor's budget. While neither bills nor the budget will be debated formally until the legislative session in January, this is the time when policymakers are deciding what policies they're put forth and seek funding for in 2022. Some possible big ticket bills you might see include ones to fund the revised SOQs, as I mentioned earlier with the Board of Education, improve English learner funding, invest in community school models, and legislation to desegregate our schools. On the budget side, you could see proposed funding for any of the legislation I just mentioned above, and perhaps getting rid of the support cap that's been in place for more than a decade and limit state funding for support staff in schools. And the budget might include funding for bringing our teacher pay a bit closer to the national average. And that brings us to the close of this presentation today. All the data and figures I mentioned today are from reports and analysis that the Commonwealth Institute regularly publishes. You can follow all of our reports, including our upcoming comprehensive report on the state of funding for Virginia English learner students coming out at the end of September, by signing up for email alerts at our website listed here. And you can follow us on Twitter or Facebook. And I'll be dropping into the chat links to view this presentation and to several of the reports and recent analysis products I mentioned today. I thank you for your time and attention today, and thank you to the organizers of this event for putting it on. I'd be happy to open the floor to questions, or you can feel free to put them in the chat or simply unmute yourself and ask, up to you all. But that's it for today, and I'll go ahead and stop the presentation and drop all these resources in the chat right now.
Thanks, Chad. There is one question I see regarding the VA. Does the VHSL guidance address middle schools? I'm sorry, that was me. My computer's jumping. Hold on, that was a question from before. What about underwriting teacher education in state higher ed in return for X years of teaching in Virginia?
Yeah, so that's a really good question, and it's a policy suggestion that's been considered before, and we actually have a small pilot program that the state has contributed to before called the Richmond Teacher Residency Program. It's out of Virginia Commonwealth University. And I don't have the exact components, but there is some sort of requirement for paying off the program, expecting the teachers to come out and teach in high poverty schools or title schools. And that model, a lot of other states do fund that model. As you might know, we have a major teacher shortage throughout the state. We have serious pipeline issues coming down the track. Far less teachers are applying to and accepting positions in teacher education programs. So, I mean, we have all these things heading in the wrong direction. And unless we take action and do something, we're going to have a more serious teacher shortage issue in the future. So it's certainly something that lawmakers can be attentive to, and state funding can make a big difference in terms of impact of our pipeline.
Great, thank you. I'm going to turn it back to our president, Deb Waite. We appreciate your presentation, and Deb will close out the day. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Chad. We appreciate your analysis and all that the Commonwealth Institute provides as far as the impact of policies, or the fiscal analysis on policy. So thank you so much. Just a reminder to all of our members that when you do advocate, you do that as a voter. You have the power of being a voter. You can reach out to me if you would like to speak on behalf of the league, but when you do your advocacy, as soon as you mention that you're with the league, then you are speaking for the league. So the most powerful thing you can say is, I'm a constituent. So thank you all for attending. And I do want to drop just a few links into the chat, and these are for redistricting. As you know, we are right in the middle of the hearings on those. We expect to see maps very soon that you can comment on. And this is your opportunity to weigh in on what your representation looks like. So please get involved in that process, because these maps will affect us for the next 10 years and we want them to be equitable. Thank you all again, and refer back to the Google Drive for all of the presentations that you've seen, and many of the presenters have also shared their emails and have made themselves available to us. So thank you all so much for attending. Thanks to all of our presenters, and go out and vote and encourage your friends and family to vote. Have a great one.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.